time and this opportunity to come together to do the business of Effingham County. We pray for your wisdom, we pray for your guidance, we pray for your presence to be here as we make these decisions for what is the best spending of the county's money, the best decisions to be made in dealing with employees and all the facets of the business that you have entrusted us with. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I said this before in our workshop, and I'll ask you again, if you've got a cell phone, to mute it or turn it off, please. First item of business is consideration of a resolution to approve the agenda for tonight's meeting.
Nobody need to add any now, I should do the agenda.
I'll second. I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as stated. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve the minutes for the June 18th, 2013 workshop and the June 18th, 2013 commissioners meeting.
The only question I had on the consideration to approve and purchase a sale contract with Georgia Power. It says down the bottom of the motion carried, the question mark.
We got a new, they gave us another one today and
That's corrected it.
yeah, I'll make a motion to approve. With the new, minutes.
And if that's correct, I'll second.
It's on item number 20.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. We'll have a presentation at 5:30. We'll go past that. 6:30. The next item that we will go forward with is the consent agenda. First item, consideration to approve the second reading to rezone 1 acre located at 4990 McCall Road from AR1 to AR2, map 450D-6 for Charles Helmy. Second item, consideration to approve the second reading on a variance located at 4990 McCall Road from AR1 to AR2, map 450D-6 for Charles Helmy. Third item, consideration to approve the second reading to rezone 1 acre located off 2879 Highway 17 North from AR1 to B2, map 250-29 for Freddie Tootin. Fourth item, consideration to approve the second reading to rezone 5.96 acres located off 126 Needle Point Drive from AR2 to AR1, map 369-20A for Willie Ruiz. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. First item of old business. Consideration to approve a communications products agreement for Motorola Solutions Incorporated for 2-site simulcast system upgrade and discussion on payment options. This was tabled from 6/18. Mr. Myrick, you're not busy all night tonight, are you?
No, sir, not again.
Thank you. Let's wait on the train just a second.
Yes, sir.
All right.
During the last commissioners meeting, the board asked for additional information on the 1.8 million full infrastructure upgrade, all 3 towers. And we reached out to Savannah Communications and also Motorola. We should have those figures back on July the 26th, should come back. So at this point, we're asking that this be removed from the agenda and then re-added at a later time when we have all the information for you to consider at once.
You'd like to table this to July 23rd?
No, sir. We don't expect to have the figures back until the 26th after that meeting. Yes, sir. So if you don't mind, if you would just remove it, we'll just re-add it to the agenda as soon as we have them, which we would anticipate being the first meeting in August.
Okay.
Or if you want to table it, please, we'll do the first meeting in August, so you'll just, we don't expect to have the information by the 21st.
You don't remove all, Mr. Meyer, you don't remove all these, that table, all 4 of them you got on here?
No, sir, not all of them.
2 of them already tabled, according to this here.
No, we tabled all of them to June.
Yes, that was previous.
If you're comfortable in tabling them to the first meeting in August rather than moving them, I prefer to do that because I want to be sure that we're moving forward.
I do as well.
Are we fairly comfortable with having them 26th?
We're fairly comfortable, yes. If not, we can address it at that time.
What's the first meeting in August date? First meeting in August.
Yes, August 6th.
August 3rd?
6th.
August 6th. And which other one of these would you like to take? And which are we want to take?
The additional cost, the grounding,
Item 4.
Item 4?
New business item 4. That's our whole business item 4.
All right, so we're going to deal with 2, 3, and 4 under old business tonight?
actually the maintenance agreement for the towers themselves goes hand in hand with the actual infrastructure. The only one that we're actually going to deal with tonight, if y'all don't mind, is the UPSs.
That is item 2, the Libra services.
That is correct. Liebert Services would be the only one that we really need to address tonight. The rest can be tabled.
So 1, 3, and 4 will be tabled.
Correct. That shaves a good 45 minutes off my time there.
Don't get another mic, Dale, I don't hear you.
All right.
Okay. I know it's echoing behind me.
Okay.
Is this better?
All right, under old business, I will entertain a motion from the board to table items 1, 3, and 4 to August 6th meeting.
I'll make a motion that we table items 1, 3, and 4 to August the 6th meeting.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. So, that leaves one item under old business, which is item number 2 on our agenda. Consideration to approve a preventive maintenance contract with Emerson Network Power, Liebert Services Incorporated.
That's correct. This is one that we've always had. We were a little frustrated there was only one vendor for this, as reported last time. I come back and again say that this is a Liebert equipment, and the only person that will come out and actually give us a maintenance contract for the unit themselves is Emerson Liebert. However, in talking with them over the past couple of weeks, they would not come out and let us know exactly what was needed to bring those items into spec. They said we needed to sign the agreement first. They would come out, look at this, give us an estimate, and then if we were not happy with that, they would prorate it back to us and cancel the contract. Obviously, this was frustrating. So in looking at these units over the past couple of weeks, we've come to a couple of different conclusions. These units are not that complicated, and they're very reliable. However, this is a decision that you must make. Jenny Nichols stood up and said that her husband performed some of this. Her husband is with Huntington Restoration Incorporated here in Savannah. They do not service UPS units. They are a battery company. They can take care of batteries only. So they did come out and look at all of our units. there are 2 of the units that we do have that they can service the batteries themselves, but not the unit. They cannot provide that. So the question pretty much is this. These units have not been serviced at all. 4 of these units, the alarms are going off of them now because they do need batteries. These batteries can be maintained in-house. The UPS units with the towers and the UPS here are not that complicated. I can change the batteries and the power modules and the control modules in-house. The Mac unit UPS, those batteries are a little more complicated, especially the setup. So Huntington can actually do that, but it's only changing out the batteries themselves. Also, the one at the courthouse is the same way. They can actually come out and change the batteries for us. However, you will not, if you choose to go this way, you will not have a maintenance agreement on the units themselves. However, with that said, as long as we keep good upkeep on our generators, there's really no sense in it. And going through and looking at all of these units, it's estimated that we will need $17,000 up front to bring these units in the specs. That's all of our UPSs that we have. What this will do, and it's very important, is it will put these batteries on a yearly rotation schedule. Right now, the way we're doing is all of a sudden we have 344 batteries that go bad and we need to change them out at a cost of around $20-something thousand. We kind of need to change this. So what we're proposing to do is $17,000 up front to bring them all back up into compliance, and then $6,000 annually thereafter. That is what it would take to maintain. You're looking at a savings of about $9,000 annually if you decide to go in-house. Keep in mind, you will not have a maintenance agreement on your UPS units. What that means is at 4 o'clock in the morning, if that UPS itself goes down for a unit problem, not a battery problem, we will have to call someone out to come and fix that for us, and it will not be covered under warranty or an agreement.
How often have you ever had to do that?
No, no. I truly feel that the best way to go would be to handle it in-house.
Presently, when one goes down right now, do you call Lieber?
The ones that are under contract, yes.
But you haven't had one, do
Not for a unit problem, no. We have batteries down all over the place. There are 6 battery packs in each of the North Tower, South Tower, and the Mac Tower. 6 battery packs in the admin. There's 24 batteries in the courthouse and 80 batteries at the Mac. So a total of 344 batteries.
Well, I know that you've gone to a lot of time and trouble because we've sat in meetings and listened to all of these different
Yes, sir.
scenarios on this. In your opinion, what is the best way to go?
Handle it in-house. That is my opinion. There are a couple of things. The $17,000 up front and the $6,000 annually thereafter, what that will do is it put us, like I said, put us on a rotation schedule for our batteries, but will also make us to where we'll have power modules and control modules in stock. I'm on call 24/7 anyway. If these go down, they'll call me and I'll come fix them. Right now, with each unit supposed to have 6 packs in them, all of them only have 3, and most of those are bad. They're worthless at this point. We need to get them fixed.
I just have to verify something with you, Ed.
My item number 2 in my book says, the issue is communication infrastructure service agreement E911 and towers. And then my item number 3 says, proposed service for uninterrupted power supply UPS, and it talks about Lieber.
I think they're backwards.
Okay, that's what I want to have
I
straight.
think our 3 should be 2.
Yeah, my 2 is Emerson, and my 3 is Motorola Communications Tower.
They're much quicker.
Okay, so in the book they're wrong, and in the agenda they're right.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Because they were numbered in the book also, and I just want to be sure that my motion was correct.
That's above my pay grade. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, so at the towers,
Yes, sir.
power goes out,
Correct.
and is there computers that's in the tower that has to reboot? So the lag time, obviously the UPS is picking up the lag time between the backup generator coming online. So is there computers, I guess my question is, how long is the tower down before the generator comes back on and everything gets back functional.
With the UPSs, the towers are not down at all.
Exactly, but assuming they're not working, that with the faulty ones that are not working or batteries, or there's only a couple batteries in it, but assuming that the UPS is not there at all,
Yes, sir.
what happens?
Assuming that the generator is working perfectly and cranks right up with no problems, you're only looking at 30 seconds to a minute. However, the second function of the UPS is to keep power surges from hitting our multi-million-dollar equipment.
Right.
And that's what we're really worried about as well.
So bottom line, you're asking us for what in your best gut?
$17,000 and no contract.
17,000 to go out and replace all those.
Yes, that will get everything up to in the specs.
And they will come down and do it for 17.
Well,
But we'll do it in-house.
we will do it in-house and manage the operation of the other two. So in other words, it would be my responsibility to order the batteries, have them come in, call Huntington, have them come in and charge us to change those batteries out.
I think that's the right track, and I think further than that is to kind of, is to get all these in some similar fashion so that
Yes.
we can keep parts and inventory and batteries and such, not have so many different systems, different brand of systems. And I certainly don't like any company holding us hostage,
Correct.
and that's the way this one feels.
We looked at the options for the MAC. The unit at the MAC Center is extremely too large. It is only running at about 8% of its capacity. So what do? We talked about dropping the batteries out of it, not having 40, only having 20, therefore reducing your downtime. However, in doing that, you may put more strain on the UPS itself, and if we do not have a maintenance contract on the unit, we're more susceptible to failure.
I think also the rotation's a good idea. I think this is almost something that should be budgeted, so that we're not hit with all this at one time.
That's correct. The 17 up front, that's pretty much what that is. Because of the neglect over the years, we're having to catch up.
Will that 17 be a recurring annual?
6,000 after that annually.
So you're asking for $17,000 to go out and replace all the bad batteries,
Yes, sir.
get everything up the way it should be.
Yes, sir.
All these batteries are the same, so you're asking for $6,000. What happens to that 6,000? Does it go into a fund? Because if all these batteries are brought up to date and they're all the same age, aren't they going to start dying at the same time?
Well, actually, the way we're trying to do it, the MAC Center is a perfect example. It houses 80 batteries. Now, if you look at the courthouse holds 24. Liebert came out, tested them, and said you need to change them, but they're testing fine. They're at their life
Because
expectancy.
they're at 5 years.
Exactly. The decision was made not to replace them, and they did not last a year longer. That's why they're down now. We have batteries at the MAC Center that are the same condition. So instead of trying to replace all of these, we want to replace 40 this year, and that will be at the latter end. And then start on this side and replace 16 batteries a year as refurbished batteries, not new batteries. We'll have those rebuilt through Huntington, and that'll save us about $80 per battery. So that's where your savings are coming in on that location. But we're changing them out.
Now this 45,000 for Liebert, that doesn't include the batteries, that's just for them
Not just
to
a-
come out, yeah. You have to purchase the batteries.
That is correct.
Above and beyond.
Now Liebert does include some batteries with that. The ones at the towers, those are included after they're brought up to specs. So you're looking at spending $17,000 and then signing the $45,000 3-year contract. Where this way you're spending 17 up front and then we'll handle the maintenance inside. Given that you understand you do not have an agreement, a maintenance agreement on the UPS unit itself.
What mechanism will you put in place to be sure that these are rotated?
B. There'll be a card at each one. Each battery pack will have a separate sticker on it, and they'll be dated. So I'll change out this 2, and then next year I'll come and replace these 2, and I'll be able to go that way with it.
Any other questions? No, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve is $17,000 and the $6,000 a year to upkeep and for the in-house maintenance.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second, all in favor?
Thank you.
Any opposed? That was fairly painless. All right, it's time, it's 5:30. We have the presentation.
May I be recognized?
You know.
Steve Leotta, County Engineer. I'll quickly introduce Sue Hoffensberger with the ISO. Guess a couple of meetings back, I mentioned to you all that we had been successfully received into the CRS program. It was a little bit of jumping the gun, although it was effective May 1st. So I do want everybody to know it was effective May 1st. But Sue is here to do the official presentation of the plaque, and she also has a few minutes worth of a PowerPoint presentation that she'd like to tell you about CRS. So that being said, Sue Hoffensberger, ISO.
Thank you, Steve. And thank you for pronouncing my last name correctly. I wish I could give you extra CRS credit for that.
Get some more points all for that.
Right, just for having my name pronounced correctly. First of all, let me say thank you for letting me come here. This is one of the best parts of my job. I love what I do, floodplain management, and I absolutely love this program, and I love coming to give plaques to communities for success stories like this. I am not with the Division of Homeland Security. I am not with FEMA or the state. I'm with a private company called ISO, and I am here representing the community rating system, which is a FEMA program. We administer the program for FEMA. I don't know how to advance this.
Oh, toss me. Just want to be kind of not
Ready?
Okay. Take it away. I'll try to go through this as quickly as possible, but in the future, if you'd like me to come and do either in a presentation like this or in a work meeting or something, a more detailed explanation of the program, I'd be happy to do that. This is, I think, one of the most important, if not the most important program we've got going in the country. Just to get us all on the same page, the National Flood Insurance Program was created in 1968 as a way to offset the taxpayer fund disaster relief. Before then, whenever there was a disaster, it just came out of taxpayers' dollars. And as the disasters became more and more frequent and the aid that needed to be supplied was more and more sophisticated, it became more and more expensive. So they created this way as a way to offset taxpayer dollars. So now there's a funding source, and you can provide affordable flood insurance to folks who need it. And it's now available, but we have some requirements, and that is if you have a federally backed mortgage or line of credit on your house, and it is in a special flood hazard area, the high hazard area, then you're required to have flood insurance on that. And the NFIP is available as an affordable way to do that. Previous to this, it was only private insurance, which was very, very, very expensive. Okay, and it didn't help fund disaster relief. So the flood insurance policies through the NFIP are available only to those communities in the United States who have jumped through the hoops to show that they're minimally compliant with the National Flood Insurance Program. That means there are some basic minimum requirements to show that you are flood resistant and flood resilient. And there's a base for that. You have to adopt certain regulations, and you have to keep track of certain documents and certain statistics based on your base flood elevation. Next one. So to make it clear, if you have a federally backed mortgage or line of credit on your home, the federal government requires you to have your flood insurance on that property. As a taxpayer, I like that. If you're going to get a federally backed loan, insure it, protect it. However, if you are not required by the federal government to have flood insurance on your property, if you don't have a federally backed mortgage, okay, and you're not in the special flood hazard area, this means if you have a home that's not in the special flood hazard area, but you have a federally backed loan, you don't have to have it by the federal government won't require you to have that. If you came down cash heavy and you bought your home right out after retirement, and you're in the high hazard area, you don't have a loan on your property, there's no need, for the federal government to require you to have that insurance. However, if you do have a mortgage company and you're not in a high hazard area, they can still require you at their discretion to have flood insurance as a condition of having that mortgage with them. It will be at what we call a preferred rate, a much more preferred rate. Also, your insurance company might require you to have flood insurance on that property as a condition of having your insurance. So it's not the federal government telling you all the time you have to have flood insurance, but it's up to your insurance company and your mortgage company. If they want you to have it, they can tell you to have it, or you can go somewhere else and get your loan, or somewhere else and get your insurance. So if you're getting letters going, you don't have flood insurance, and as a condition you need to have this, please get flood insurance, or we'll get it for you. And guess where they're getting it from? Probably a private subsidiary, and it's going to be an astronomical cost, okay? So what happened is the NFIP and FEMA realized that the communities were doing above and beyond the minimum required to be in the NFIP and to have those policies available. And FEMA said, let's find a way to encourage those communities to continue to do that and see what we can do to get them to do more good floodplain management. So they decided, ISO came to them and said, we have some programs in place that we've been doing. We think this is going to be a good match for what you're trying to do. We can put something together. After a lot of long discussion, they created a community rating system. And this is to reward communities for doing above and beyond the minimum NFIP. Okay, next slide. Okay, it also gives you national recognition across the country for having those higher regulatory standards and creating and improving your floodplain management plans. And the benefits to your community, aside from just better floodplain protection, floodplain readiness, and flood resilience, is guess what? Discounts on the flood insurance policies that you're required to get by the federal government. Okay? So since May 1st, what does that mean? Because you began participation, it's a voluntary program since May 1st, because of all the efforts that the government has done, what the community staff has done, you are now receiving discounts on those flood insurance policies that you're required to have by the federal government, okay? So it's a voluntary program. It's a way of quantifying and qualifying your efforts in floodplain management above and beyond the minimum NFIP. There are 19 creditable community activities. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'm going to give you an idea of what those activities are. Some of them you were already doing. Some of them you were already doing above and beyond the minimum, so why not get credit for it? Some of them were easy enough to implement that you could add those activities. Why not? Okay? So the way we look at it, it's based on a 10-class system. Class 10 means you're not really participating. A Class 9 is a 5% discount. It's the first 500 credits. When we go in and we look at the activities, we score them. And however many credits you get, up to 500, it's a 5% discount. And if you'll go to the next slide. So you can see the class system is a Class 10 all the way down to a Class 1, where you can earn 45% discount on each individual flood insurance policy through the NFIP if it's required by the federal government. Okay? Go ahead. Sorry about that. These are the activities. I'm just going to really go through them. There's a 300 series of activities. It's all about public information. How do you get the news out about being flood resistant? How do you get the news out about being flood resilient? How do you protect yourself? How do you get that information out to your public? Okay? Then there's a 400 series of activities, which is the mapping and regulatory standards. Are you mapping your community to a higher flood-prone standard than FEMA's already telling you have? Okay? And do you have regulatory standards in your building codes, in your stormwater management codes, anything that are higher regulatory standards than you're required to by FEMA? Okay? The 500 is all about damage reduction. Okay? You had damage from floods, and you're going to have more damage from floods. What are you doing to reduce that damage? Okay? And then 600 is all about flood preparedness. This is where you talk about levee safety, dam safety. This is where your emergency management gets the credit for the community. Okay, next. Right now, there's 1,249 communities in the CRS program. 47% are class 7 or higher. What does class 7 mean? If it's 5% per class, it's a 15% discount, okay? So we do approximately 250 cycle verifications every year. What that means is every 5 years I get to come and visit with Steve, and we look through all your files, we look at all your activities, and some people want to call it an audit. I don't think I'm not that bad to spend the day with, okay? So it's, we go through every 5 years, but between those 5 years, you just do an annual recertification where I send you a packet and say, last cycle visit, you promised me you were doing this, are you still doing it, kind of thing. So we do about 250 of those a year across the country. We bring about 20 to 30 new communities in, and your county was one of those last year. Of course, the top states are Florida because of where we're located. I'm from Florida, North Carolina, and California. Okay? I bet you're all asking yourself, okay, well, how many people are what classes? There's only one class 1 in the whole United States that gets the 45%, if you want to hit that. It'll tell you it's Roseville, California. And it's a very small community, mostly open space in the floodplain. They had loss of life there years ago, and the whole community backed the program and said, we're going to get class 1. How many class 2s? There's 3. That's Oklahoma and Washington State. You'll see those communities. And then we just got in May 1st, 1 class 3, and that's Sacramento, California. So you can see it's really hard to get the class 3s, the class 2s, and the class 1s. Okay, and it's a lot of effort and regulatory requirements to be a class 654. Okay, next. So in Georgia, you can see how many class 9s there are, how many class 8s, and how many class 7s. I'll just give you a little bit of a hint here. You folks are coming in as a class 7, so you are in Georgia among some of the elite. All right. This year I'm also bringing in Bryan County and Garden City, probably class 8s. And my counterpart that does inland Georgia does East Point and Johns Creek. I'm not sure what they're coming in as though. Okay? So you can see the communities along the coastal area, who has what class, and you can compare yourself to your surrounding communities or communities similar to you here in Georgia. You can see the number of policies in force for each of those communities, or NFIP policies within each community. And then you can see the savings that each community earns because they volunteer for this program and put the effort into it for their citizens. Okay? So if you take a look at this, it's called a what if statement, and this comes out once every 6 months or so, and it says, what if Effingham County's in the CRS program? And it's a snapshot in time. You can see at the very top the policies in force. There's 835 policies in force in your community. 257 of those are people who are in a high hazard area, and they're required by the federal government to have flood insurance. Okay? So the premiums paid out in this community are close to $400,000. Okay? The average premium of somebody in the high hazard area is $727. That's hefty. Okay? So it says, what if we got in the program? As a CRS Class 9, it tells you, hey, it's a CRS Class 9, you're minimally participating, you'd be saving somebody in the high hazard area maybe $43 a year in flood insurance. That's still $43. But you folks are coming in as a CRS Class 7. So on the average, an individual with a flood insurance policy in the high hazard area that's required by the federal government to have insurance is saving $128 a year. Okay? So because you participate in this program, you put the effort in, you are saving this community almost $34,000 a year. So if you say, what's the cost of the staff time and effort based on the benefits? Just if you look at financial benefits, it's $34,000. And I'll bet you your policy in force number starts going up as people start realizing they need to get flood insurance. Okay? So this says, what if we put forth additional effort? And I don't want to put any extra stress on Steve, but if we want to push and become a CRS Class 6, That number increases from $128 a year to $171. That's an average. Okay, the next slide. And these are just some of the activities. Now, Steve is the CRS coordinator. He's not the do-or-all of be-all, but he has to coordinate all the different departments within the community to get the cooperation, to get the documentation, the verification, to show us that the community is actually doing these activities. One of the big ones is elevation certificates. That's a huge effort. I just wanted to put some departments up here to see how many departments in your government and how many staff people are involved in this program. Okay, there's building inspections and county engineer involved in maintaining elevation certificates. Map information service is where the community earns credit for being, when somebody calls in and says, I'm looking to buy a home in a high hazard area. Or I'm looking to buy a home, is it in the high hazard area? Isn't it? Is it? What does that mean for my flood insurance? Okay, do you have a copy of an elevation certificate on this home if it was previously constructed? And providing that information to your community, okay? You guys were doing that beforehand, why not get credit for it? Hazard disclosure, you require floodplains to be listed on your plats. That's disclosures. Anybody's looking at a home in that plat, they're gonna see that it's in the flood zone. Then and that's through development services. GIS has a big hand in helping document all these. And then the flood protection information, that all comes in the library, it's on your website. Emergency management does all kinds of outreach. You know, your public works, water and wastewater, everybody, tax assessor, everybody has a hand in providing that flood protection information. The next one. And the departments involved in open space preservation, that's development services and recreation, providing low density zoning regulations, that's what, 1 per 10 or probably 1 per 20, 1 per 5 acres, okay, one dwelling unit per 5 acres. Your higher building code standards and your enforcing the ICC building codes. That's all development services, building inspections, county engineers, your stormwater management regulations, look at the list of departments that are involved in that, and your drainage system maintenance, okay? Those are just some of the activities. So by participating in the community rating system, it reflects your commitment to a sound floodplain management program and a benefit to your citizens. And in this day and age, with all the bad news and all the staff cuts and all the budget crunches and all of the things, we could really use some good news, couldn't we? So this is a benefit, a direct benefit to your citizens, and it's through your efforts. Steve was a huge contributor to this, and I just want to make sure that everybody who was involved in the process knows that it's not an easy thing to get into the CRS program. You're considered an elite community, and you're held to higher standards. Maintaining it is a challenge, but it certainly is worth it. So thank you for having me, and it is a pleasure for me to be able to present this plaque, this beautiful plaque, okay, to the Effingham County Board of County Commissioners, and keep this in a place where everybody can see it. And when you get a CRS Class 6 and you improve a class and you get your 20% discount, I'll be here to present you a new Class 6 plaque. All right? So thank you very much, everybody. And who wants to accept this on behalf of the community? Steve?
Give it to Mr. Steve.
Come down here.
Steve, you don't hear.
Come on, let's all get in the picture.
If we stand up here, they can all do that.
There you go.
How about that?
Here.
Flash.
Do I have to stand by this?
Stand here. I get to hold it. Oh, it's heavy.
Am I blocking anybody? Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you for bringing that to us and making that presentation. It's always good to
just one thing that wasn't mentioned, and I don't mean to harp on it as well, but do keep in mind this applies only in the unincorporated area because of service delivery. Flood management is one of those things that is handled for the unincorporated county only, so it doesn't apply to folks who live in the city.
Got it.
First item of new business, consideration to approve the request from the Lee Group for a refund of taxes for the 2009 tax year on 40 lots in Summer Place subdivision.
Ruth Lee, representing the Lee Group. I think you all have all of your information before you. I have lots of information I could give you, but let's take care of this in a hurry. As you will notice, it will require more funding, and essentially, as one of your commissioners mentioned to me today, it's a housekeeping item. But basically, taxes were paid on property that, by agreement with the attorney and the county assessor's office, should have been refunded, and through a loophole somewhere it did not happen. So if there's any questions.
Ms. Lee, is this the property that's over in Guyton?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is this the property that I was sitting on the Board of Equalization the day you presented it?
Yes, sir, it is.
I have to recuse myself
All right.
from this discussion. I'll turn it over to Vice Chairman, Mr. Mason.
Very basic information is there were 50 lots platted in this subdivision. The city of Guyton signed a letter that went to the bank that said they would provide us sewer and water taps for all 50 lots. When it came time to collect on that, when we had a contract to sell the entire property, they said, no, well, we don't have but 10. And so we have 10 taps. We've used 5 of them. And so we're asking that on the, there are 10 that have taps, so the remaining 40 do not have sewer or water taps, and their value was reduced to that of the open, unplatted land. And so that is why this has come about.
I'm with you, I'm familiar with all that, because I know you remember I was doing a lot of the work over in that area myself. And I do remember this. But this being something in '09, I'm sorry I'm not up to speed on this. Was there an appeal filed on this then?
What?
Was there an appeal filed on these?
All right, the first appeal on the 2009 values were filed in a timely manner in 2010, as you're required to do. The Equalization Board heard our appeals and rendered a decision on December the 2nd of 2010. We filed in the Superior Court a petition 30 days later which was January the 3rd, 2011. In August of 2012, we met with the attorney and staff from the tax assessor's office, and that's when the agreement was made that they would accept those lower values on those lots that had no water or sewer taps with them. And that was when the agreement was reached, but when it went to the court, it did not have the first year of value there. There is I don't know if you've ever thought about it that much or not, but you take 2009 values that go in the 2010 digest. Right now, you'll be looking at 2012 values to go in the 2013 digest. So it gets a little murky there. The lawyer just refused to accept our documentation and information that showed that we had filed in a timely manner the appeals and that it went through the appeal process, that it did go to the Equalization Board and all of that, but he refused to respond to any of that. And I did go back to the Board of Assessors. They said that they could not deal with it to bring it here, and I in a conference with Ms. Janice Bell, she instructed me as to what I needed to do, so I wrote the letter, and hence we're here today.
I was able to speak to Linda McDaniel and ask if her department felt that everything was accurate as far as what was being presented, and she said yes, and she may want to have a chance to come and speak to us. But if I understand correctly, basically, that you're saying that it was tax valued as if it had water and sewer, but it did not. So it was an error,
Oh,
correct?
It was taxed on, sorry. Jennifer Kais with the Tax Assessor's Office. We taxed her on a lot value with an absorption rate. The following year is when we went to BOE, and it was discussed about the water and sewer, and it was brought down to the price that it's at now. That's why 2009 wasn't, it's because we had already finished 2009, and that's why we're here, or that's why Ms. Ruth is here asking.
The fact that it was taxed at a lot value with an absorption rate, those lots couldn't be sold anyway without water and sewer, and they were decided that you could only sell them if they had water and sewer, so ultimately they were of no value.
the value was rated there, there's other property there that was not platted, and it was valued at $4,400 an acre. So these lots are a quarter of an acre, and so the subsequent equalization board said these lots that are left without water and sewer are valued at $1,100. We're not asking for money to be refunded. Actually money to be refunded as money in our hands. We're asking that it be applied to taxes that may be due or future taxes. I've been before this group many times on many issues. I don't think I've ever asked you for anything that personally impacted me, and I am today, and I appreciate your consideration. Is there anything further?
So, legally, can we do it? Can we apply that, or do we have to refund and then just?
Commissioner Mason, the statute allows for a refund. I will tell you, I'm looking through the documentation, and it appears to me the taxes, and somebody stepped in if I have this incorrectly, but it appears the taxes were paid on April 2nd, 2010 on all these parcels. And that is more than 3 years before this request was submitted. And my understanding of the statute is that it is 3 calendar years from the date of payment when the refund request has to be submitted. I know there was prior correspondence from Mr. Ratchford. Did Mr. Ratchford get involved in this at all?
No.
All right, well, that's a good mistake. The prior correspondence to Mr. Rouse, who is the attorney that represents the Board of Assessors, where there was an earlier request for a refund, but I'd like the board to table this matter so that we could explore that question and bring it back to you.
You're saying this request doesn't meet the deadline, but there may be a
Correct.
past request that would meet the deadline.
On its face, the documents that I see in front of the board right now, that's exactly right.
So you didn't, Mr. Kittleiner, work for that, John?
The taxes on this property was paid on January the 3rd, 2011, because that's when we filed the petition, and you have to pay the taxes that are due when you file a petition in the Superior Court.
So you have a cancel check or something before you did that?
Yes, sir.
So that would meet the criteria 3 years, yes?
I see that information in reference to the 2010 taxes. And I don't know if the tax commissioner can clarify that for us.
Okay. I'm Linda McDaniel, Tax Commissioner. One of my employees did a spreadsheet on the values and what was collected, what was paid. she's got the date here, 4/10. I'm 4/2/10. I can't verify that. I'm just going by what she pulled out of the records. And as far as we cannot give her a payment on future taxes, there is a law against that. We cannot collect money on taxes until the commissioner signs off on us to collect taxes. So we could apply it to something that she currently has on the books. We can apply it to that, but I can't apply it for 13.
You can apply current debt, not future debt.
Correct. Once the revenue commissioner signs off, then we can collect money, but not until then.
For the rest of the board, this is a canceled check for $6,400 roughly on 1/3/11, made the tax commissioner's office. So is that the best thing you think? Is there more information you need here to give us legal on this?
Well, I mean, that, I think we need to verify with the tax commissioner the date. Okay, the spreadsheet has 2009 and 2010 taxes listed on it. For the 2009 taxes, the spreadsheet indicates all of them were paid on April 2nd, 2010. For the 2010 values, I see the January 3rd, 2011 date.
So is the 3-year date going to be based on when those payments were made or when their initial
It's gotta be based
request?
on, it's got to be, the refund request has to be submitted within 3
After
years
payment is made.
after the payment is made.
So even if there was a request before that payment is made, it would not count?
That's a,
What constitutes a refund request? Is it like, hey, there's something wrong here, or is there some official?
has to be made in writing to the board of commissioners and has to at least state an explanation of why the request is being made. And the letter that's in the packet appears to meet those requirements. I don't know if there was anything submitted earlier. And again, there's this confusion about the 2009 dates versus the 2010 payment dates.
Well, I would say that I would say this, I guess, if we keep saying it that way, that the Board of Commissioners needs you to look at the information, get with Holly McDaniel's office and Ms. Lee, and get all the information, and then make a recommendation to us as to what is legal.
Glad to do that.
Perhaps I can help clear up some of that you're talking about, the issue and the dates in it. We were unable to come to this point until after the attorney and the tax assessors and us made an agreement. And that was done in August of 12. And it was sometime after that, late in the year of August 12, before the paper was filed in the court. So we're not back in 10. We're really back to the last legal action on it was in 12.
Eric, would that come into play, the fact that they had to go through the hearings, they had to go through the court system?
I mean, the three years would have, if April 2nd, 2010 was the date they were paid, then April 2nd, 13 this year would have been the deadline. I think I also need to get hold of Mr. Rouse and ask him for a copy of the agreement and whatever documents were filed with the Superior Court.
The check you have a copy of there was written on what date?
That check dated January 3rd, 2011. But
Well, that was when the taxes on, last taxes, the taxes that we are appealing was paid.
Ms. Ruth, I understand that the spreadsheet is indicating that that was for the 2010, not 2009. That's what we need to sit down and go through. You and Ms. McMahon. Here's the spreadsheet.
I think all we can do is at least table it until we can get together and try to answer those questions.
I don't think anybody has any doubts about the values of their, especially during that time. Just many of our folks are there were in trouble with rocks. So, go ahead. Anybody have anything else before we ask for a motion? Motion to the board.
Will we have enough time to make a motion to table to the next meeting? Feel like?
Yes.
Second.
Motion and second, table this to the next scheduled meeting. All in favor?
Next item. Consideration to approve the request from Lakeside Water for a correction to the 2008-2009 tax bill for map number 303A, parcel number 1E. Mr. and Ms. Mars, is this the same one that was last time?
It is.
Then why am I back up?
We're going to ask you to step down.
Back over my corner.
We tried to flag you before you got back up there, but we couldn't get you.
Okay.
We have presented a letter to Linda McDaniels, the tax assessors, for the request for the refund. We had paid the taxes in full, and I think
After the last one.
the day after that, I think she may have the information y'all need to see about.
We're requesting to reduce it back down to the 455 in some odd sense that it was for the 2010.
Okay, I didn't get a letter, I'm sorry. And I think the confusion is I'm the tax commissioner. I don't set values, I don't set millage, I only collect taxes. And I think that's the confusion. But I did work with Mr. and Ms. Morris. Ms. Morris came by the office, and I think at the last meeting it was that we were present, was that she had to pay her taxes in order to collect, to get a refund. And she did come in and satisfy her taxes. The day after the meeting, I think she came by.
The letter that was sent was addressed to the board of commissioners.
Okay. And I think at that meeting it was said that, and I think I had sent something to Eric as well.
This is where they've been taxed for the building that was actually on the property.
Correct. There was a building that was showing, and he brought a plat, and I think, Eric, you had referred them to, I can't think now who it was, but it was someone else that you told them to, was it Steve?
Maybe Mr. Shaw.
But,
Well, I don't know. At some point, though, I know that the county staff did look back at the area of going back beyond 2009. They also went back to look for demolition permits to remove the building, and the conclusion was there was never a building there that we can, at least not in the period of time covered by this request.
and I remember we looked at a map that they brought the last time, saying that, showing that there was no building. And I think that's what they were told to do, was to pay the taxes, bring the documentation, come back before you, and you would correct it.
Reimburse the money.
Correct.
Is this the number we agreed on?
Yeah.
I think Ms. Bevel had an issue, she wanted it to go back, and that's what I was looking for, to the value. You might have to help me, Jennifer. It was it $40,500? She didn't have an objection if it went back to the $40,500 value. She just didn't want you to reduce that value for these 2 years in question. But she didn't have an objection to you removing the building.
In other words, all you're being asked to do is remove the building, not reduce the land value.
Correct.
So the staff recommendation to us is to refund for tax years 08 and 09 in the amount of $3,463.89. Well, it's under alternative number 1.
Correct, and that's what it would come to. I think we figured the taxes with the building on it, and we figured the taxes with the building off, and that was the difference.
That was the difference.
Correct.
So that is correct.
So that is correct.
Okay, is no further discussion on the motion from the board?
I'll make a motion that we give us alternative one to refund the tax.
I'll second.
Motion and second. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carried.
I don't know. assemblage permit for the Troopland House to hold a 5K trail run on August 17, 2013.
Hello, George Shaw, zoning administrator. The Troutland House would like to hold a 5K run on Saturday, August 17th. This would require closing of one lane, or they're requesting to close one lane of Old Augusta Central. It's 200-300 yards most from their driveway to Old Ebenezer, the retreat center. The race would run up the road on half of the road, cross over to the retreat center property, loop through there, cross back over Ebenezer through the church property, and then through a trail back to their property. They estimate less than an hour, probably less than 20 minutes of road closure. That's only if there's some walkers. If they're all runners, it shouldn't take more than about 15 minutes. And that is their request. Staff recommends approval. They will be required to have a sheriff's deputy.
Any questions from the board? No, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve alternate number 1, approve the assemblage permit.
A second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to accept a warranty deed for Our Town at Kingsley. Mr. Leota.
And we're back. Our Town at Kingsley. This is a subdivision that was platted back in October of 2007, subsequently foreclosed upon by a bank. And at this point, the bank is asking for the roads and drainage within this portion of the subdivision to be dedicated over to the county by warranty deed. Public Works, actually Mr. Allen, inspected the roads and drainage infrastructure. Everything seems to be fine. We were provided a warranty deed by the bank, which is included in your packet. I don't believe the county attorney has voiced any objections to the deed. Stephanie and myself looked over the deed. Everything seems to be in order. There's no reason why these roads shouldn't be accepted. We are, to be clear, we are not accepting ownership of the private water lines within the road right away. That is noted on the deed. This is simply for the roads and drainage infrastructure only.
Steve, is there a bond to be given?
No, sir. In this case, this was under the old rules and regulations pre-2009. They were required to keep the roads for a 1-year period and then dedicate them over to the county as the warranty, not as per bond.
Okay. The Public Works everything's good with the roads, no issues.
Yeah, Brandon actually did the inspection, but as we talked about earlier, they're not here on Fridays.
Sorry.
So I ended up signing the letter for a conversation with him. I met with the bank over there. I had originally done the inspection a year and a half ago, and there was one item that Brandon didn't feel comfortable disposing of, so I met with the bank, we took care of that, and that's how I ended up signing. Yes, sir, that Public Works, just sign off on this.
Thank you for clarifying.
Any questions from the board? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the warranty deed.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Consideration to approve a revised final plat for Patriots Point subdivision.
Okay, step up a little bit more complicated now. This is a subdivision that was final platted back in 2011. The subdivision was purchased by Development Associates, Inc. It was renamed, it used to be called Laurel Grove. It was renamed by the board back in December as Patriots Point. This was, per your question on the previous item, this was one where there was a bond. That bond period is already expired and the board has already released that bond. So this is a situation where the infrastructure is already owned by the county, but we're really speaking of the platted lots only in this discussion. The developer wishes to reconfigure the lots in this subdivision. And make a long story short, they're wanting to build a bit of houses that have a little bigger garages. So they need a little bit wider lot. In order to accomplish that, they're going to reduce the number of lots in the subdivision and widen out some of these lots. Not every single lot is being widened. There are at least 6 or 8 or 10 lots, and their engineers here probably could speak to it better than I could, that are not being changed at all. But the vast majority of the lots are being widened, and that's why it's going down from the original 61 lots, if memory serves me right, down to 56 lots. And in this case, this has been, the revised plat was provided by EMC. We reviewed it, it's been checked over, everything seems to be fine. The only real issue here is that one of the lots in the subdivision, lot 51, has already been sold. As of today, I spoke to the developer earlier today, and they were supposed to close on lot 7 this afternoon. I do not have any confirmation as to whether or not that's actually occurred or not. But in this case, lots 7 and 51 are one of the few that are not changing. The complicating factor here is that in order for them to redo this, they have to renumber the lots. And Steph has the plats here, and I don't know if you really want to dig into the weeds of this or not, but in essence what's going to happen is lot 51 is going to remain lot 51, and next door to it is going to be lot 49, and then it's going to be 52 on the other side of it. It's going to be confusing. It's not necessarily wrong, it's just that you're going to not have consecutive lots next to each other in the reconfigured plat. And actually I should be clear to say there are actually 2 revised plats that have been submitted to us. One of them changes lot number 51 to lot number 48. They recently asked us, I guess it was just this past Friday, with a re-revised plat to leave lot 51 the same because it's already been closed upon and they don't technically own it, and it would require corrective deeds to be filed in order to fix that. So the question just becomes, do we require them to file corrective deeds to change the lot number, or do we allow them to have lots in the subdivision that are not sequentially numbered? That's really the bottom line issue here. And I'm gonna let you ask questions if you have
How's
any.
that gonna affect street address? Because
Yeah,
once
the
the house
911
is,
address is
once the
gonna
house
be-
is built, it makes about street address. So, they can put signs up with lot numbers on them, it doesn't necessarily have to be that confusing.
Well, personally, the first thing, I'd ask the attorney to change the plat, to change lot 51, I would say is just definitely out.
I would agree with that. I wouldn't want to go that way.
Because it is sold probably,
It is
it's a
sold.
legal description of that thing.
The legal description is the same, it's the only thing that would be different would be the lot number on the deed, yes, but you are correct.
But if you go back and refer to the deed, it probably is sold as lot number 51
Correct.
and
It
this
would
street address.
Reference lot 51 via the plat that is currently effective in place,
It's
yes.
the least confusing.
That would be the least confusing, would you?
I don't know that it's a legal issue so much, but as far as, going through the deed records at the courthouse, or going online with Superior Court Clerks Cooperative and looking up a parcel by lot number, which, depending on how much information got put into the state system, it could be in there as Patriots Point subdivision, lot 51. Yeah, it would be confusing to
Yeah, but nobody,
change lot 51.
you don't look it up by lot number, you look it up by parcel number, it gets assigned to it later.
But parcel
Not
number
on the
is
state
for a
system.
lot.
Not on the state system.
All right, so if I'm correct in that, and we leave that scenario off, and we look at the plat that leaves lot 51 and lot 7 on,
Same.
then can we work with the 911 addresses to where that does not become an issue?
911 issues is not going to be an issue in and of itself because the address is going to, Steph, correct me if I'm wrong, usually Joe when he does this, we can leave the address the same for that lot. That's not really an issue. You may have some non-sequential lot numbers. You will have non-sequential lot numbers, but you shouldn't have any non-sequential addresses. We can correct the addresses. It may skip an address or something to that effect, but we can be able to deal with it.
That's done all the
And I've
time.
even
Yeah.
seen plats,
It's not ideal,
I've
but
even
it's
seen
not.
plats with lot numbers that
You
are not
go 1 to
sequential.
32, and all of a sudden, the other side, they come up and you got 30.
The subdivision regulations do require lots to be sequentially numbered, that's all.
All right,
You do have to know
so
that.
if we consider that plat only, is there any other issues that this board needs to know to consider whether to allow?
I don't believe so, other than the fact that the subdivision regulations do require lots to be sequentially numbered, and in this case, if the board is perfectly fine with that, I'm certainly not going to make an issue out of it unless someone else sitting around the table has an objection to it.
And the number of lots that are presently there is compared to the number of lots that will be there?
I believe it's 61 under the current plat, and it would go to 56. under the new.
61 to 56.
Right.
So they'll be sequential, but there'll be some skips. There'll just be some lots.
Well, no, there will be a lot, in addresses or lot numbers?
In the lots.
In lot numbers, it will be non-sequential. It'll go, Steph, you want to read it out exactly how it will go? Because it will go like 49, 51, 47. I mean, they're going to go out of order because 51 is going to remain 51. I hated to try
You have
to,
to have a copy of the plat and
Well-
sign on the plat.
if you want to put it on the screen, or if you want to read out the way it's going to.
I'm trying to put that one.
It's just this corner.
Well, thank you. Fine delivery service. You know how to operate? Put this, or you want to use that?
All right, so when it says that staff recommends alternative one, which is to approve the revised final plat, it is the
Well-
plat that leaves lot 51 alone.
You have to keep in mind, the staff report was written before the revised plat was submitted. So the staff recommendation originally was for the first revised plat that we received. This is the second revised plat that came in after the staff report was written and submitted to you guys. This was actually just submitted Friday afternoon.
But the recommendation now is to approve this one.
I don't have a personal problem with this. Unless someone else does, I don't have a problem with it. It's just, you gotta know what it is that you're approving, and as long as you're okay with it. Okay. So you can see how on the north side of Freedom Trail, down towards the entrance there, if you're counting from, let's say from my right to left, or this direction, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and then it will skip to 51. And then down by the entrance, on the left-hand side of the entrance road, Washington Way, it will go 48, 49, 50, 52, 53, 54.
That's a non-issue. All right, how would you note that, the name of that plat?
The name of the plat?
I mean,
The
we
most,
have-
if
we
you
have
mean for the
two
purposes of a
revised
motion?
plats.
Oh, just the most recently submitted motion, the most recently submitted plat with lot 51 remaining.
Is there a date on that one as compared to another?
Can you flip to the side of it? Is it dated Friday?
I can make the motion that
it's
is the
Friday.
one that is presented to us in this meeting.
It's the same date. You just refer to that plat that's on the screen if you like, because it has the same date.
And I can put in the wording that where 51 and 7 are remain the same.
I will entertain that motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve alternative number 1, the revised final plat that we've seen tonight, which leaves lot 51 and lot 7 the same.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. All right.
If I may, the next items are 3 items that really go together.
Consideration to approve a laboratory contract with EPD for the water system at Hunter's Chase Avenue Lane.
There, if you'll notice, there are 3 consecutive lab items that all pertain to the EPD lab contract. I would like to consider all of those at the same time. So either we do them all right now or wait until all of them afterwards. But it's going to take a few minutes to go through this.
All right, well, let's consider that one as item number 6. And the next one is the system at Courthouse Road landfill. And the next is the laboratory contract with EPD for the surface water system.
Okay. As you all know, we own and operate multiple drinking water systems. The main system being the surface water system, but we do have several other small systems that are separate, well water provided, such as Hunter's Chase and Appy Lane up on Little McCall Road, for example. State law, Safe Drinking Water Act, our permits require us to test the water on a routine basis. Testing consists of some chemical constituents It consists of what they refer to as microbiological constituents, or shorthand coliform, which is a bacteria that's an indicator of possible microbiological contamination of drinking water. And all of these types of testing are done on different rotations or different periods. Some of them are monthly, some of them are quarterly, some of them are annual, some are once every 3 years, 6 years, and 9 years. So it's extremely confusing, and I don't want to try to get out of the weed discussion of what we test for on a routine basis and how often. Suffice it to say that it's extremely complicated as to what you test for on what basis. There are multiple ways to deal with the requirements in the Safe Drinking Water Act and our permits for this testing. Basically, the three choices are: you either test it yourself in an in-house lab, like we do with our wastewater permit. You can hire the EPD laboratory, which is what we have done for the last 6 years consecutively, when EPD has been doing all of our testing for us. Or you can hire a contract lab and pay by the test. We received contracts from EPD last month in relation to the next 3 years worth of monitoring for 3 systems: the surface water system, Hunter Chase Abbey Lane, and Courthouse Road. I'll refer to the Courthouse Road system as the landfill system, just to sort of shorthand it. It's the one out at the landfill site. It serves 911 in the new building and that sort of thing. The fees that are listed through EPD are for annual testing. And basically includes everything that you are required to test for. It's all included. We also received a quote from a private laboratory for comparison purposes. Those testing is quoted on a per sample basis. Okay, so you got to keep in mind that's per sample. If you end up having to do more samples than you thought you might have to do, or if they change the rules, or if you have a test positive and you have to go back and do more samples, you have to pay per sample. With EPD, it's a flat rate. You pay the flat amount, and all tests are included, regardless of how many you have to do. And I'll use an example. A couple of years ago, federal EPA, changed the rules in relation to disinfection byproducts, total trihalomethanes and haloacetic acids. They required us to do a special test, and it was a year-long test. We had to do 4 quarterly samples at 4 different locations. All of those tests were free because they were already included in what we paid to EPD that year for the contract. If we had been on a private contract, or excuse me, not on a contract, we would have been a private laboratory, we would have had to pay somewhere in the neighborhood of $100 to $150 per test for each of those 16 tests, which would have cost us somewhere in the $2,000 to $2,500 range. So you do have to keep in mind that there are multiple advantages to using the EPD lab. That's just one of them. The other example is that they will send you the bottles to you, and if they don't send you the right bottles at the right time, they're the ones who are responsible for you, not yourself. So you actually have an extra layer of protection against getting a violation for not testing at the appropriate period, because they are the ones who actually send you the bottles. As long as you fill up all the bottles that EPD sends you, you're covered from that perspective. You also don't have to submit test results. They cross-report from the laboratory to the drinking water program, so that you don't even have to worry about that. You can also get a violation from EPD if you use a private laboratory and don't submit the person. Even if you took the test result at the right time, you took the sample at the right time and had it analyzed, if you don't submit it at the right time, it can also be a violation. So there are multiple reasons why going with the EPD laboratory has its set of advantages. It's most of the time cheaper as well. And that's why we have used them in the past for the last 6 years in a row, because of all those reasons. And in the past, they have been, in essence, subsidized, if you want to look at it that way. They didn't charge full boat on all of the testing that they did to the customers. It was subsidized out of the drinking water program. In this case, they're really kind of moving away from that and are moving into basically wanting these sorts of programs and the laboratory programs to be self-sufficient. So they're charging more of a standard fee that is similar to what you would get out of a private laboratory. It's just on an annual basis as opposed to on a per sample basis. So really, without bogging down too far in the weeds, that's in essence where we stand here. We have 3 contracts from EPD for those 3 systems. Taken together, the total cost for those 3 contracts per year is $9,000. In looking at what it would take for a private laboratory to do this with the testing that we know we will need to do, and that can always change, is approximately $7,300 to $7,400 is what we're looking at. All of the savings that are between using a contract lab and the EPD lab is within one of the systems in one of the types of testing. It's the chemical testing for the surface water system. If you actually break this down, and not trying to make this any more complicated than it already is, I don't know how much, were you guys provided with the actual contracts? Excuse me, the contracts and the quotes from the private lab, or not? Because the private lab quotes didn't come in until last week, so it was after the staff report was written. I just want to make sure either you were or you weren't provided with this information. They were not provided with this information? Thank you, okay. So to repeat myself, the testing in total for the 3 systems is $9,000 going with EPD lab per year. For the private laboratory, it's about $7,400, and that's the best estimate. The difference in cost there is entirely within the chemical testing on the surface water system. For every other parameter, that's the coliform testing on the surface water system, the chemical and coliform at 100 Chase Abbey Lane, and the chemical and coliform at Courthouse, EPD's lab is less expensive. Okay, so you basically have 2 alternatives. One alternative would be go with the EPD laboratory. There are benefits to having EPD's laboratory, even if it is a little bit more expensive. $79,000 versus $7,400, a little bit more expensive, but there are those benefits that we discussed a moment ago. The other alternative I can give you now that we have these quotes from the private lab is that maybe we would look at doing EPD for the 100 Chase Abbey Lane system, for the courthouse system, and for coliform testing only on the surface water system. We could save perhaps upwards of a few $1,000s in the strictly in the chemical testing under the surface water system. But that's assuming that nothing else out of the ordinary happens, that we don't have to go back and test for other things and have to pay on a per test basis, as opposed to what's already included with EPD. I know that was a lot of stuff to try to digest, but am I making sense? Do you guys have any particular concerns or questions at this point?
It says if your public water system exceeds the 12,900 population, the coliform E. coli testing will need to be performed by your own lab or independent certified.
Yes.
So even if we go with EPD, we still have to.
No, sir. We are under that population threshold at this point. Our population on the surface water system is approximately 8,000.
So it's not our county population, it's the population.
No, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. It's the population on the system. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't mention that.
Confused on that.
Yes, sir. Population served. It's specifically the people who actually receive drinking water. So all the houses and all of the businesses and all of the schools that are on our surface water system. If you count the number of teachers and the number of students in each school, it comes out to approximately 8,000 residents and we call them customers population, if you want to call it that way. So we do actually are able to use the EPD lab for coliform services on the surface water system. And all the other ones for that matter.
Those populations are listed in the permit, they're different for each one.
Yeah.
Or in the contract.
They're listed in the contract, that's right. And do keep in mind, the contract that you were provided, that EPD provided us, does have an error in it. It requires, it actually shows our, to make a long story short, our chemical and coliform testing of 9710 for 3 annual payments, and the chemical only being 8700. That is an error on their part. The correct number should actually be 6600 for chemical and 7760 total. I have not yet gotten a revised contract from EPD confirming that, however. So if the board's decision is to go with EPD on all of these, including the chemical testing on the surface water system, I would ask that you make that contingent upon us getting the revised contract from EPD for the correct amount of $6,600 a year. If you want to go with EPD for everything but the chemical testing, that's the only thing that's wrong, so we could go ahead with the contracts as they are currently proposed and simply just check coliform only on the surface water system if that's the way you choose.
And when you're saying 9,000, is it in fact 8,700?
No, sir. The $9,000 is the total of all 3 systems together. That is $77.60 for the surface water system, $790 for the 100 Chase Abbey Lane, and $450 for courthouse.
What does it mean when it says 3 or more entry points?
That's the place of the error. EPD has us down as having 3 or more entry points on the surface water system because they're counting our emergency backup wells at, for example, Goshen Extension, at the high school, at the elementary school, as entry points. But they're really not entry points because we don't really put any water in the system from there unless it's an emergency. We don't test any of the water that comes out of there, so it really shouldn't be counted. And they agree with me in concept, but I've never yet to get that on paper that confirms that they will charge us the rate for 1 entry point on that system.
And I can state, as a matter of fact, there was, when I spilled over the Stonegate water system, and nobody seemed to have test bottles, but it was time to do it. and the state was supposedly sending me those bottles, and I was able to go way past the time frame because it was their fault, not mine.
Right, there is advantages to using EPD's laboratory, and I don't want to make it sound like I'm suggesting that we spend more money. There is a value to that service that they provide.
Well, the other thing is too, when someone has an issue with water quality, who is it that we call in to be our advocate?
It's generally, we refer them to EPD to tell them that,
So if it's cut in their testing facility,
it does hold a little bit more weight, and it doesn't look like we paid off a private laboratory to give us different test results, even though obviously we don't do that. But we do pay them, and they do receive money from us on a per sample basis if we were to use them. So there are benefits there.
any questions?
Questions or concerns?
I'm looking at $9,000 as compared to 70.
Approximately, sorry, I wrote it down. Approximately $73.59 is what I calculated for the private laboratory for all three systems. But again, all of the savings is simply within the chemical testing under the surface water system. So really, my two recommendations for the board would either be A, go with EPD for all parameters, contingent upon the correction of the chemical testing on the surface water system, or simply go with EPD for coliform under the surface water system, and then everything for 100 Chase Abbey Lane and Courthouse. And we'll go get a private lab to do simply the chemical testing under the surface water system. I know that's a lot to say.
I guess I have a technical question as far as spending $1,600 more when you have two different suppliers.
Well, you have one that's a base price and one that's an all-inclusive price too.
Right.
Right. It's not comparing apples to apples, it's really apples to pears.
We are good with that.
You know, a lot of times your base price, we've had other things that this has been the same situation.
Because if you have to have more testing done, it could wind up costing you more than the.
It absolutely could.
Okay.
Right, there's no guarantees one way or the other, but as best as we can tell you, that's the facts as they currently stand.
All right.
Now, do you want to go through them all one by one at this point? You vote them all separately? I assume they're on this 3 different agenda items, so I assume we vote them all separately.
6, 7, 8.
Can we do that?
No.
No, we have to do it one by one.
So the first one is, on the agenda is, which? Hunter Chase Abbey Lane. So for Hunter Chase Abbey Lane, it's very straightforward. It's cheaper and better to go with EPD, so the recommendation is definitely EPD.
At a price of $3,000.
No, sir. For the Hunter Chase Abbey Lane, the annual cost for EPD laboratory is $790.
How much?
$790.
$790.
Yes, ma'am.
It's on your staff report, back and find number one, they're all listed.
Yeah, but then I'll have to look it up. So you could ask him. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, we go with alternate one with the revised contract that before it comes. Right.
There will be no revisions for the Hunter Chase Abbey Lane contract, just for the surface water contract. So if we're talking about Hunter Chase Abbey Lane only, if you're wanting to go with EPD, it's the contract as written.
As written.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Next item is for the water system at Courthouse Road landfill.
Again, courthouse is cheaper and better with EPD. The total cost for EPD for the courthouse system is $450 versus the private laboratory would be approximately $900. So definitely recommend Courthouse Road EPD for both testing. No changes to the contract are necessary, other than, I forgot to mention on the other one, it doesn't have the name of the previous county administrator on the contract as the administrative contact. It's not a signatory, it's not important, we can simply scratch that out and place in the correct owner agent name when we sign it, sorry. Make it one more complicated.
I'll entertain a motion on number 7.
Make a motion, we go with the EPD contract as well.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Item number 8 is for consideration for the surface water system, and that's with the.
It would either be, right, that would either be with the correction for the number of entry points, that the total cost for EPD would be $77.60. Or if you want to go with coliform only with EPD and go with a private lab for the chemical testing, I'm okay with that as well.
$7,760
Correct. That's the corrected testing, assuming that they will give us a contract that says that.
with the correction of the entry point.
Right.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, we accept the contract with correction to the entry points proposed.
Motion is second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for doing all those together. I apologize for that comment.
All right, we're a little past our 6:30. Public hearing scheduled on the millage. Ms. Joanna, you in charge of that?
Yes, sir. Each year, we are required to have hearings on the millage that you propose and that you adopt. In some cases, people don't know exactly how that process works. And so what we try to do in these slide presentations is give a little bit of information regarding how that process comes about. As far as the property tax computation itself, taxes are levied based upon the total millage and assessed value of the property. The total millage rate is set by the combining each taxing authority. In our particular case, we of course have the IDA, we have the school board, we have the hospital, the state, and ourselves. Property is appraised at the fair market value and assessed at 40% of that market value. For instance, on the millage rate, when it's applied to a home that's $100,000, if you multiply that value times the 40%, and then multiply that with the overall millage rate that is set for all of those taxing authorities, we come up with the tax that's actually owed by each individual on that home. In these particular slides, we basically calculated that. So on a $100,000 home, valued at 40%, at the current proposed overall millage rate of 29.602, would be basically $1,184. When you look at the overall amount that is taxed, one of the things that is not discerned by most of the citizens is the fact that we only tax a portion of that. The county receives only about 29% of the overall value. And going back and looking since 2005, we actually have decreased that percentage over time. We used to collect about 32, 33% of the overall tax levy. We have decreased that to 29% of the overall tax levy. So for instance, on that same house, the county's current millage that we're proposing is the 8.558, which basically would mean on the value that is assessed, about $342 of that original $1,100. That gives you an idea of what the county itself collects. Currently, the current digest is at $1,534,621,299. So that means a mill is worth basically $1,534,621. Part of our demonstration on why we levy taxes, of course, is what it brings into the general fund. As we discussed in the budget documentation, our overall property tax is about 53% of our overall budget. This basically gives an understanding to the public of where those funds go. Those funds are based on personnel, purchases, supplies, capital, and other. We also have to transfer funds to the 911 fund and to the landfill. And current budget proposed is $26,755,171, of which the earlier figure of the $14 million is the 54% to support those particular expenditures. This gives the public an idea of the expenditure trends. And one of the things that's very important is that the public realize that one of our major costs within the services that we offer is public safety, and that, of course, has to do with the sheriff and the EMS and those services that are there simply for public safety. Our historical budget shows that we have trended from our high of about $30 million in 2008, 2009, down relatively $3.5 million down to the $26,755,000 level. And I think that is indicative of this board and your wishes to ensure that we are using those funds responsibly and not to, in these times of economic hardship, place any additional burdens on the public that do not have to be placed to render those services. As you know, one of the things that's required is that we have to publish what is called a 5-year history. This particular slide simply gives that 5-year history. It can be found within the legal organ, and the documents that have to be published simply to have this hearing. And we just wanted to give everyone an idea of, if you look at that very first column of 2009, the actual digest value was $1,787,000, and our digest value right now is $1,534,000, which is about equivalent to about $1.5 million difference in revenue to us, though we have kept the millage at consistently at the rollback rate or less. This basically is just that same information, but in a little bit larger screen for our eyes. It is the digest value and what has been either the actual rate adopted or the proposed rate at this point for the current year. We are proposing that we stay at the 8.558 millage. This particular graph is simply the overall from year to year, as far as what the board has adopted and the current proposed at the 8.558. As we mentioned in the past, part of the digest is not just our own digest that we levy a tax for. It is a tax for the hospital authority, for the IDA, for the school board, for the county, and for the state. Of those items, only the county and the hospital do we have any control over whatsoever. The other taxing authorities, such as the IDA, the Board of Education, and the state dictate those amounts. So one of the things that has occurred within the state is, remember, they basically adopted that they would reduce their portion of that millage over a period of time. And so you see that reflected in the 2013-14 figure from the state going from 0.25 down to 0.15.
A hospital contract prevents us from being able to make a change like that for the next many years, so is that not right?
It depends upon, I believe that contract, correct me if I'm wrong here, it simply calls that there is a $3.6 million amount that goes to them, which is $300,000 a month.
So you have to get to the point that the millage would be different.
Correct. Or that there's other sources of revenue that could be provided.
There was talk about levying a zero millage on the hospital and rolling that amount into our millage. Is there any more talk on that? Or?
I know because that's one of the items on our outstanding list. As far as the discussion on that, I believe there was some discussion in relationship to providing a better mechanism as far as that agreement, and that there was some discussion, I believe, with Eric and with the hospital regarding that possibility, or to at least ensure that whether we do it on an accrual basis, on a cash basis, that we do get credit for all funds that are received to the hospital, and that we are able to do a reconciliation to ensure that we're meeting that.
All right, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here present that would like to ask any questions concerning the millage? Or make any comment? Going once? Twice? Sold? All right, let's take up a couple more items of new business. All right. Ms. Fiona, consideration to approve an agreement with Aiken Harper Electrical Services for on-call electrical services.
Good evening, Fiona Shelton, purchasing agent. On June the 18th, the board approved a bid from Aiken Harper Electrical Services to provide on-call electrical services to the county. An agreement has been received from Aiken Harper which complies with the accepted bid and which has been reviewed and approved by the county attorney. The term of the agreement is from July the 8th, 2013 through June 30th, 2014. The hourly agreed rates are for an electrician in a truck, $50 per hour regular, $80 per hour after hours, and for an electrician, truck and helper, $68 per hour regular, $98 per hour after hours. Regular hours are defined as 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, and after hours are defined as 5:01 p.m. to 8:29 a.m. Monday to Friday, all day Saturday and Sunday, and on all holidays observed by the county. Aiken Harper will schedule the same day for regular services and have a 1-hour general response time. Staff recommends alternative 1, approval and execution of the agreement with Aiken Harper to provide on-call electrical services to the county.
Any further questions or discussions on this? I will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve alternate number 1, board approval and execution of Aiken Harper Electrical Services Incorporated agreement for on-all-call electrical services for Effingham County.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve an agreement with Augusta Chiller Service Incorporated for on-call HVAC service.
On June 18th, the board approved a bid from Augusta Chiller Services to provide on-call HVAC for Effingham County. An agreement has been received from Augusta Chiller which complies with the accepted bid and which has been reviewed and approved by the county attorney. The term of the agreement is from July 8th, 2013 through June 30th, 2014. The agreed hourly rates are $65 regular rate and $97.50 after hours rate. Again, regular hours are defined as 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. After hours defined as 5:01 p.m. to 8:29 a.m. Monday to Friday, all day Saturday and Sunday, and on all holidays observed by the county. Augusta Chiller will schedule same day for regular services and have a 2-hour general response time. Staff recommends alternative 1, approval and execution of the agreement with Augusta Chiller to provide on-call HVAC services to Effingham County.
Any questions or discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve and execute the agreement with Augusta Chiller Service Inc. for on-call HVAC services.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve an agreement with Dixie Waterworks for on-call plumbing services.
On June 18th, the board approved a bid from Dixie Waterworks to provide on-call plumbing services for Effingham County. An agreement has been received from Dixie Waterworks which complies with the accepted bid and has been reviewed and approved by the county attorney. The term of the agreement is from July 8th, 2013 through June 30th, 2014. The hourly rates are $80 per hour regular rate, $120 per hour after hours, with a minimum of 1.5 hours plus materials and rental. Regular hours are defined as 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. After hours are defined as 5:01 p.m. to 8:29 a.m. Monday to Friday, all day Saturday and Sunday, and on all holidays observed by the county. Dixie Waterworks require 1 day's notice to schedule regular services, and they have an emergency response time of 1 to 2 hours. Staff recommends alternative 1, approval and execution of the agreement with Dixie Waterworks to provide on-call plumbing services to Effingham County.
Any questions or discussion from the board? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept alternative 1 to approve and execute with Dixie Waterworks the agreement for on-call plumbing services.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Thank you.
Opposed? So carried. All right, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back here at 7:05 and have our public hearing, please. Next item on our agenda is a public hearing on the budget. Our screen is blank again. Ms. Joy?
We can do it either way, but we did the presentation. If y'all want to go over the presentation again, I guess the thought was we were going to do that. This was just a public hearing for anyone to speak, to hold a public hearing on it.
So it's the same presentation again?
Yeah, and again, we don't have to go through it unless the board wants to.
Well, not on mine.
I just want to hold a public hearing.
11 o'clock last time was late enough.
Put just that one slide up.
So we have a public hearing now on our tentative budget. Before I ask any staff members if they have anything to say, so now it's time for the general public. If you're here and have a question, then we will address it.
Just do
Go
blank
back.
slide.
Go back. Right there. Basically, the information in a nutshell is that we have a budget. The proposed budget is $26,755,171. It comprises of the personnel, purchases, supplies, capital, and other. We have outlined those budgets within our special funds, and we are providing the public with the opportunity to make comment if they have any, and/or ask questions regarding the information that's been provided earlier and is on our website.
And if there's any questions that y'all have tonight or that we can answer, or just answers you want us to get for you and provide, certainly it's not that easy.
You want to leave here tonight or tomorrow?
You can provide a list. Either way, sir, I'll work with you.
You're right, it's not that simple.
That's right.
But I am very encouraged by hearing the department heads talk positively about the proposals that have been put together. I am encouraged that we can provide some cost of living increases for staff. I still have some questions as to if all of our spending needs are going to be met, but I will go through those on an item-by-item basis. And only the future is going to be able to tell us whether or not our revenue is going to be what we propose and whether our actual expenses are going to be what we anticipate. Insurance is a big issue, but none of us know the answers. So like has been done. So a year from now, we can look back and see how everything went, I guess.
Well, the only thing I'll say is on the cost of living merit increase. Cost of living, I'm okay with that. It's been 4 or 5 years now since one was given out. But merit increases, I'm a staunch advocate of merit is merit. Everybody shouldn't share a merit just because you work here. I think that should be on a case by case. I think your better bet is to approve an amount and offer department heads some sort of latitude to give merit to those who deserve it, not necessarily just because you work here.
I think Ms. Rush has got, information on that.
I can give you information on how the merit, we're proposing a restructure, exactly as you had said. The amount that is in the budget is a projection. We do not guarantee that to anyone, first of all. We are redoing what we call performance-based increase, a full appraisal of your work over the time that you've been here. The merit is for those at this point who have been in the county at least 1 year. And also show the merit is also based on how their work is and if they are working above or beyond what they need to be. And it is not guaranteed. The one part I want to make sure you understand, it is not guaranteed, but that is the proposal if everything went through as with total perfect, what it would be at. But not everybody will hit that mark. So it is done on a scaled basis. You have not seen the new appraisal yet, and that's coming forward to you very soon. Okay?
So you're not proposing it across the board?
No. We put that in personnel so we know what the expenditure would look like. And then we will put forth the appraisal system to your approval to see if you like how that new graded system is going to be implemented.
Why couldn't we save that money instead of giving the cost of living, which goes on to your rate of pay, and it stays on there, it'll never come off. You can keep that money aside and see what the economy is going to do, and maybe at Christmas give everybody a bonus without giving them all these pay raises and like I say, the mayor. I mean everybody's in there to get the mayor except the commissioner.
I think if somebody stuck with this county for 5 years without a raise, they deserve that 2%.
If we wouldn't have already done that for 5 years, I'd agree with you, and I did agree, but we're to the point that
We're losing people.
they need a raise.
It's been a tough 5
If they
years.
had earned it, if they've been a good employee, and they score on their performance, then it's time, in my opinion.
They stuck with us.
Any other questions on that? Okay.
Come forward, Ms. Clarence.
I'm one of the few department heads here, but as far I agree with you on merit raises. I've been department head for 13 years, and about half the time I give merit raises because to me, that you got to earn that. But I might, Mr. Farr, most of my employees have been with me 4 to 8 to 12 years, and they need a raise, or we're going to start losing them. And like Sheriff McDuffie said, it takes us time to retrain somebody every time we lose somebody. And you got to go through that extra process. And I think Thompson, Joanna, and Russ and them had done a great job from our department head meeting about 3 or 4 weeks ago, how much different we were even to be considered the cost of living or merit raises, the gap they have narrowed with their research and what they've done. But I agree with Steve. I think that merit is definitely earned and not given just because you're an employee.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Any other discussion or questions from the board? I will close this public hearing and we will move forward with the next item on our agenda. Mr. Adam, we're going to talk about the timber ordinance again.
Oh, what fun.
I was wondering where we left this, because I've got 2 trees right here.
All these contracts, that was the whole reason we went electronic.
This is draft 4. I will not belabor the points. This draft does not require a bond. It does not stipulate 48 hours advance notice. It does not stipulate driveway requirements. Notices are submitted to Public Works Director, not the Tax Commissioner, and permit is valid as soon as it is posted by the harvester. We would continue to use the state form. That is state approved. Draft 4 does still contain violations of contamination of roads and right-of-ways, interference with drainage, damage to public roads. It still contains the road ban order, and there's a $500 penalty for violations. One thing that a comment that I received this past week was to include something along the order of, if you are in violation and you have failed to cure, that you could not receive a subsequent permit. I think that may be valid. Another point that's been raised, and I think with some merit, is we are providing, this would be providing in some way, shape, form, factor, another service with no incoming revenue. Would it be beneficial to simply require the notification, not do the inspection, and deal with it as a problem, case-by-case basis, where you'd still do everything here, except you wouldn't require the county inspection?
Well, the whole idea of that was to establish that benchmark, so that you know what you have before, so there is no argument.
The comment that I received was, a lot of times these things are good, and I believe that most of the logging folks who have spoken up about this don't have a problem in earnest with the rules and procedures. They just don't want it to be onerous, and they don't want it to be impacting their daily work. The other thing that I've heard is, a lot of times people enact these things to catch the wrongdoers, but you're making the people who are doing it right suffer.
And that's exactly what happened when we started doing building inspections. People who built well, there was no problem. But building inspections were started to protect homeowners and people from unscrupulous builders.
And that's
Same
part
argument.
and part of the road department, they go out the roads in Effingham County every day. They more or less know what kind of shape the road's in. If a logger goes down and tears the road up, they shouldn't have to go inspect the day they move in there, because they should know how that road is. Anytime I'm riding the road, I look to see, what roads it is. I know a lot of roads in Effingham County, just from looking at them when I go over, and I'm sure the road department does that all the time.
I think it's more the logger's the one's going to take the risk there. Is if he starts operation on a road that's damaged and he doesn't document that or make sure that's documented, then when the argument is this road damaged, who did it?
It seems like I've been down every road that this thing would take us, but one of the questions that I still have is, if a tractor trailer carrying 18-wheelers using Clio Stillwell Road, and that's not the nearest state route, and it's not on their permit, fine is the same as it is today. The immediate damage at ingress and egress would be the largest concern that this permit would stem, but it's still not going to address what I think most of us believe is one of the larger problems for trucks.
Well, that's a whole separate issue. We started into a little bit, that's a whole separate issue. This is about what a contractor is doing, damage to the road. And also, remember, the other thing we're going to push this, and I got a call again today about Hatton Lake Road.
I saw it.
But, and I appreciate that.
No problem.
And, but again, it's the being able to give the sheriff some teeth, or our designee the ability to say, you've got to stop because you're making this road impassable. That's what I'm saying. This isn't about having that road. But the old Louisville Road is the one where the sheriff couldn't do anything. People over there, and that particular logger was like thumbing his nose. Where nothing you can do other than shut the road down completely. where this all started. But the pictures that I sent everybody on Clyde Kildare Road, the situation still exists today. It's a 6-inch drop off on the shoulder of the road right now.
Where at?
That's another Clyde Kildare Road. The other thing that we need to do in this, as we move forward here, is we also need to make sure that we list the ingress or the egress points, because
They're
as
required.
I noticed, there's quite a few tracks that there's more than one access to the county roads.
It's the main point of ingress and egress from track to a local road.
But on some of the larger tracks, there may be 2 or 3, 4 places.
And it's different, the main point of egress. So it doesn't,
We should list them so that they can.
and then I need to get with Eric if the board is desire to add that language about if you fail to cure one, you're not going to get another.
Well, what was that you were talking about that you felt like it needed to be stated on the permit how they were going to get from the logging site to?
The state requires that. It's a map of the area which identifies the location of the track and as to the trucks which will be traveling to and from such track for the purposes of hauling.
So we don't have to have an ordinance, but if we do have an ordinance, there are state requirements or state mandates of things that are in it.
If you deviate from the state form, you have to get that approved by Georgia Forestry Commission. So I would assume that it would be best to just use the state form, which requires everything in our ordinance 1 through 4 under section 3, subpart A.
And again, we're not reinventing the wheel here.
1 through 4.
This is the form that's used by most counties.
So we've abandoned the 48-hour notice?
Yes.
How many counties have
Ha-
How many counties in Florida? So we're not recreating the wheel. How many counties have them?
About half, at least. I'd have to go count them all. The Warrendale Forestry Center lists every county and their section.
The only one around us though was Bullet. They do. No, there was one that did not.
Brian does not, Chatham does not.
And Chatham really has no logging business.
Steve, have you looked at this?
Yeah, that's the only thing that I thought about is after watching this operation that's on Clyde Kildare Road is the multiple points. Because now it's 3 on Clyde Kildare Road and 2 off of Old Augusta Road north of it.
Could they limit those?
Well, I think
it's the tract of land.
It's a large tract and there's bays in between it, so it's really the only way to log it, but what I'm saying is we don't, we want to ask them to list their proposed egress points so that it can be tracked, who was doing it, and it's public obvious.
We heard last time about Screven County, and essentially they go out and if there's a problem, they take it up with that guy, and they threaten not to give him another permit. So I'm sure that some way legally that can be done. But the question then becomes our inspection. If we go out and do an inspection, it takes somebody not too much time that's already riding county road. Then you got pictures taken. Then you got to take those pictures and match them up with the thing. And you got to find a place to store it all. It becomes a little bit more involved process than just
Enforcing it is.
it's going to be, it all comes back to enforcement. Now, with nothing, you have nothing to enforce.
Well, I will argue with you that the benefit much outweighs the extra, however much that measure is that we have to spend. Not to mention the damage to the roads, the aggravation for the public, give the sheriff some light, but also the tax revenue that's going to come in from, because this is the loggers we're talking about that are the ones that's going to avoid paying timber tax. They slip in and slip out. The ones who showed up here the other day are not necessarily the ones who were causing this problem.
Does staff feel that we have, that the current staff we have has time to do it without requiring us to need additional staff for this?
My biggest concern is the timing of it. As currently written, it's says that the access point will be inspected within 24 hours, which means that someone has to possibly leave what they're doing to go do this inspection. If that time are lengthened or either done away with it, just say we will do an inspection, it gives them, as Commissioner Loper stated, as they're out about the county and their normal businesses, they're eventually going to get near that location. And we can just have whoever that is go by and do it. The shorter the time frame, obviously, the more judicious they have to be about sending someone there. So I don't know that answers the question fully. I think if we can work it into our schedule, I think it can be done with existing staff. If we have 7 of these permits a week and they have to leave what they're doing to go do it, and it's on the extreme north end of the county, it takes, 30 minutes to get there, 30 minutes to get back, and they spend an hour, hour and a half with that one specific task in mind, it could begin to get some time.
The public works director, he still has crews he sends all over the county every day.
Well,
So this can be delegated to one of the foremen to go by and take a look at this. It doesn't have to be that Jerry himself has to go and do this. And we all know how much time is wasted in the morning by the public works department. While he drops the guys off at the store to go shopping, he can go look at one.
But how many cameras you gonna take pictures?
County phones, do they have county phones?
Yes, the foreman always.
Does that have to be done in 24 hours? I mean, that's your.
I only included that to say that we would do it at some point after we gave the permit. Because there was a question about, do it on the fly.
That came from our workshop the other day, that's what the loggers asked for. That doesn't mean that's what we have to do. But
No, it could be 72, it could be like as Paul suggested, just say inspect. We will inspect.
the argument of we have to move a moment's notice, didn't hold a lot of weight. You know,
I didn't agree with that.
and if you know you've got a tract of land, you just go ahead and get your permit for it. If you're gonna do, you're gonna put a camera on it. That's fine.
And certainly, if you don't do an inspection, there's no baseball. That's valid. It's just the timing in which we do it is that, within a day, 2 days, and like you said, it's on the logger at that point. If he tears up the road prior to getting there,
Right.
it puts the burden on them.
Sounds to me like from the county standpoint, we'd be better off not to do the inspection, but then add that in there where they, if they don't remedy a problem, they don't get another permit. You're thinking of it, Adam, I see it.
Are the loggers that are causing the problem, are they gonna duck in and duck out anyway? Even with the permit process in place?
I couldn't agree more. It's gonna take somebody driving by, seeing a piece of paper in a sleeve and say, let me call this permit in, or they could get a permit one time and use the same permit 900 times.
And if they do make the blacklist where they can't, is that really gonna stop them from coming in and cutting up a quick track?
Look, fact is, you guys don't know. The majority of the logging is in the north end of the county. None of y'all will go up there and look at this problem. This is a problem that is major up there. People can't get in and out during logging operations when there's any kind of rain. We've had people come here and give you pictures and show you the problems. Sheriff has stood here and said, we need to do something, right? So some of these things, yes, the time, the amount of staff, all right, they're real things. But the staffing, I'll argue with you that what we will generate and what we will save on us having to pay to fix these roads that are being damaged is going to be, will be more than what our cost is going to be. This is much more a north end problem than a subdivision problem.
Do you like it as it's written?
The only thing is the time and the
Well, their time,
the multiple.
they took the time off of it.
Well, no, I meant the
The
notice.
inspection time.
The inspection time. You know,
So see, if it's the road department, and you put it down to 24 hours, and they come in and apply for something on a Thursday, and they're not there on Friday.
We've talked about making some changes.
Now, too many tracks, they can move in there on one day and leave the next day.
right. And anybody, any business owner, no matter what your business is, you're going to plan a little ahead. And if you know you've got to have a permit, when you know you've got a track that you're going to cut, you go ahead and get a permit.
I didn't have a problem with 2 days, just put it down as 2 business days.
We did away with that on this one.
altogether. But I think that's cutting it too close for our staff.
Don't want to make it overly burdensome on anybody. You know, don't want to make it burdensome on the water or on our staff. We don't have to
Well,
hire.
by all means, I'm not disagreeing. All I'm suggesting is that, if this is only as good as the employee. We don't have a task force to go out and do it, so it all boils down to, and this is something that I've discussed before, I think with several of you, is it's about enforcement. Somebody's gonna have to pick up the phone and call in that permit number every now and then to keep somebody honest. The law enforcement's gonna have to check his permit and find out if he's using the route that he's designated on his permit. If not, they're gonna continue to do everything. And that's the only reason I bring it up, is just to say it's about enforcement.
The route's not the issue, it's actually the damage is being done at the access point of the county road. That's it. This is very much what you do on the state route. If you're on a state route, you can have all these same parameters.
Well, I actually followed a log truck one day that went up, turned over, went down Old River Road, Sand Hill Road, going to 8, which could have gone straight down Highway 17. So in talking to Jimmy, the sheriff, he says, hey, if I don't know where it came from, I don't know if he's allowed on Sand Hill Road or not. So if you know these, I mean, the logging company that's doing the logging, and you have somebody that you can pick up the phone and call Public Works or whatever and say, you know, where is this company logging? Then it could be a valuable instrument to know what to tell the law enforcement. As simple as making a phone call saying, where is XYZ company cutting trees this week? And if they're over on McCall Road, and they're going that direction because it's the easiest and closest way to go, and they should have stayed on the state road, then you got them. Because they're tearing the roads up.
Well, I think that the through truck traffic stuff is a whole nother issue, but,
You know,
we have a huge amount of that too.
And I'll say, I mean, we got questions in budget meetings about mobile home permits, moving mobile homes. We got through trucks and log trucks. And I don't know that the larger epidemic with roads may be the through trucks. You know, but even not the turnouts, but I mean log landing in those areas where it's pitted and rutted.
Mobile home, as they moving in and out, they're not really going all these back roads to start with.
That's right. But they're supposed to have a permit apparently according to DOT, and we don't check for that.
There's gonna be some upset people on Ebenezer Road at 8 AM on Saturday morning when they're doing that 5K, they're trying to get to the land.
Will it be on?
Well, I would imagine it'd be the other lane.
Oh, Augusta, Augusta Central, they were closed.
I thought they were going into the retreat.
Going into the retreat center.
And then cross around.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna make a loop.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, I think it's just something that happens.
one at a time.
It is what it is.
What's your suggestion on the ordinance? It was kind of your brainchild.
Well,
This does require 2 readings.
I understand.
the only thing that I would suggest is considering the time of notification. Maybe we need to stretch that out 48 hours to, whatever, for Public Works to have a chance, you know, to work it in their schedule better.
And with
The
that
24
24,
days.
say 2 business days rather than 48 hours?
Yeah, that probably is true. And then the suggestion of list the egress points on the track. Because it would not necessarily be just one spot. Anything anybody else has?
I think what Mr. Cobain was getting at is it requires 2 readings, so if you approve it with those, it will come back to this board for a second look with those changes.
This draft 4 is pretty much a consolidation of suggestions that the lawyers have. during that workshop.
And that draft forward pretty well.
So is there any other input or discussion from any board members? Or could I have a motion to approve this as the first reading with those changes?
Or any public comment? I guess this is open for public comment, right?
Can I just make a suggestion?
Yes?
Sure.
I'm working
I'm
my way through.
Craig Johnson. You've got somebody on payroll now, which is code enforcement, which is a deputy. So I don't know if he could probably fall under this guideline. I'm just sitting here thinking about that, which enforces the building codes. This would kind of fall under some sort of coding if they're having to get permits. He's deputized, so he can kind of do the enforcement and, double check things for you.
I believe if it comes to that, it'd be something the sheriff could.
Right.
They're talking about Mike Worth.
And just to clarify, he's not deputized.
He's just part-time, right?
Currently, he is part-time. In the budget, he would be going to full-time.
The new budget puts him at full-time, all right?
Due to healthcare, national healthcare, patient protection, affordability, HCA, acronym.
The request was moved to 35, which doesn't work. So we can go with a full-time proposal.
But I only say that to say it's no longer deputy, no longer deputized.
So yes, he has it, we're back.
Any other public input? Any from any of the board? Do we have a problem moving forward under those terms from legal standpoint?
Yes, sir.
Shall we add the provision about failure to cure does not get a second?
Yes.
Failure to cure does not get a second permit.
So if you have an outstanding issue, we'll stop issuing you permits until that issue is correct.
If I understand correctly, the motion that I'm looking for would be to approve the first reading of draft 4 with the changes to not issue additional permits until any previous violations are corrected, and to change the notification time to 2 business days, and to notify on the application the points of egress to the property.
Yeah.
Am I
The
correct?
proposed points of egress, yeah. And that would be my motion, as stated. The 2 business days, draft 4 with 2 business days, the points of egress, and the no new permit until previous is straightened out.
I'll second.
So you're taking, what, 3 months to get a motion and a second?
We've went through some pretty tough times here.
All
This
right.
has been having fish through.
Any other discussions or questions to that motion and second? Not, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
1 opposed. 2 opposed. We have 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Mr. Keith and Ms. Jones opposed. Next item, reappointment. Consideration to reappoint Brent Fisher to the Coastal Workforce Investment Board.
Mr. Fisher was appointed to the board back in 2007. His term actually expired on July 1st. We have a recommendation from the Coastal Workforce Investment Board asking that he be reappointed. His term will run through. Where are you?
16, 3 years.
Yeah, 2016.
Any questions on the board? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to reapprove Mr. Brent Fisher.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next, consideration to authorize payment of funds to the city of Rankin from the general fund using fund balance and approve a budget amendment for the transaction.
Good evening. As you recall, during our service delivery agreements, we contracted with the cities to credit them part of the fund balance that we had at the time. That is an item that has been slotted to be paid over a period of 3 years. We have received a request on behalf of Rankin to pay their third payment of $781,400. We bring it to the board for your approval, as there were some stipulations within service delivery that there perhaps might be joint projects and or consideration from this board as far as the actual release of these funds.
Eric, is there anything within service delivery that would keep us from paying them?
Not aware of, Chairman. This is the full estimate installment, and my understanding is they intend to use it to complete a recreation project.
So it's within the terms of the agreement. I wasn't here and wasn't privy to it. I was just,
This is the final installment of 3.
oh, why was this not a budgeted item if we knew that we had to pay?
Because there is some determination by this board. We did set it aside within your fund balance. You'll notice that it is shown as a restricted item. So in fact, we have restricted these funds and have them on hand. It's simply the fact that we need your approval to authorize the disbursement.
That answered that. Any questions besides mine? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve alternative number 1.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I learned something else. Thank you. Consideration to accept a grant contract from the state of Georgia for family connection.
As you recall, each year we serve as the fiscal agent and also as the entity through which this particular contract is done. It is a contract for services for Family Connections. It is in the amount of $45,000. And we simply ask for your approval to engage within the contract.
Any questions from the board? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve audit number 1 and approve the request.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Consideration to approve providing funds in the amount of $10,000 for the Ageechee Judicial Circuit Drug Court of Effingham County.
As the board is aware, we currently serve with a contract, these particular services. Those contracts are provided funding by a grant. That grant is due to run out. It has been requested by Judge Turner that he would like to receive $10,000 out of the DATE fund. Those funds are restricted by Georgia law. In several meetings with Eric Mr. Kessler, Toss, myself, and several other individuals, we looked at the particular ways in which we could help that particular entity. We have, on prior occasions, adjusted our agreement with them so that we could go ahead and pre-fund some of those expenditures on their behalf regarding the grant, which has helped them with their cash flow. But they were asking for this additional source of revenue is $10,000. I do need to make sure that you're aware that this particular budget is normally about a $20,000–$25,000 budget per year. We currently have $28,000 on hand. Reducing that $28,000 by this 10 will at some point cause us to look at whether or not we have enough funding to ensure that all of those items within the current budget are paid for. However, there have been discussions regarding additional sources of funding, that being those funds from the law library, in which there is some broad language within the current statute that allows for the law library to pay for additional purchases that have to do with the courts. And I think Eric can probably expound upon that a little bit more as far as the leeway there, and perhaps us being able to rearrange some of those expenditures and who is paying for those, that at the point that we reach perhaps a cash flow issue, and I would expect probably around 6 months into the next year, that perhaps some of those other purchases that the law library can pay for would allow us to adjust our budget accordingly.
One of the things the law library can assist in paying for is,
Eric,
one of the things the law library money can be used for at the law library board's discretion is legal representation in civil cases for people who do not have the resources to hire counsel. Right now, we are spending money from the general fund in some of these child custody type proceedings and deprivation proceedings, where individuals have a right to be represented even though it's not a criminal case. There's been at least some discussion that the law library could help to defray that expense, which would free up money from the general fund. There also is a catch-all that was added to the law library statute in 2010. It indicates that law library money can be used for purchases for the courts, which is pretty vague and indefinite, and gives us, I guess, a little bit less comfort. I think if we can work out something with the law library board where purchases for the courts are being made, we have to be careful that they are purchases, not payments for professional services or fees or things like that. But the short story is there are some things we've had some discussions about with one of the representatives of the law library board, in fact, the treasurer, and we hope to continue those discussions so that we can potentially free up some more money. We also want to look into whether or not the city courts are collecting a law library add-on. We can ask them to impose the same add-on that our county courts collect, and I don't know if that's being done at this point or
not. Last meeting or the meeting before, we changed the MOU so that we would extend our funds to help them with their cash flow problem. Just as a matter of information, are we getting the information then from Patty to
Yes, sir.
be able to do that?
Yes, sir. We took care of 2 transactions, which helped them out significantly with their cash flow the very next day. And she is to, I believe, be here tomorrow to do the 3rd one.
This $10,000 is the number you gave us that day
think we can probably, at least, let me say this, a lot of this depends upon, since these are fines, okay, that come in, a lot of this depends upon what that is, and they do fluctuate. And so that's why I put that range in there. I think that by the time we were to have a issue, that we perhaps can work out some of these other pieces to calculate what we need in funding to make sure that we get through the year.
Okay. These are all pieces and parts of the problem. But
Unfortunately, yes, sir, they are. They simply are like anyone else's finances. We have to.
Did we get an answer, I'm sorry to cut you off, did we get an answer on whether or not the grant that they had failed to reapply for, whether it was still available, and is that grant being applied for?
I did seek that information from Patty. As far as my understanding, she did go back to them and ask. It is closed.
It's closed.
Yes,
so
sir.
that avenue of financing is closed.
Yes, sir.
For the record, I'm okay with this as long as we're exploring all the other avenues to help them with their problem. Any of the board have questions concerning this? Not, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion according to the staff report, recommendation that board adopt alternative number 1.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Judge Carter's got another $10,000.
Yes, sir.
Consideration to amend rules of procedure for the Effingham County Board of Commissioners last amended December 11, 2012. Go back.
The audit raised concerns about the agenda policy and its enforcement, and in an effort to clear up any ambiguities, staff recommends amending the rules of procedures. There are 5 changes that have been made, the largest of which has to do with 1.02.02 preparation of the agenda, which allows, that's a standing due date for 12 days prior to the commissioner's meeting, but allows flexibility of the clerk to add additional items and supplemental information after that deadline has expired, but no later than 1 day before the board is to receive their packages and information. Other changes would allow the public to speak to one commissioner. It said commissioners, like they had to get your approval as a whole just to get something on the agenda. Probably was not a problem, just something to be clarified. It provides that a motion and a second is needed to remove an item from consent agenda. Previously, it just said they'll ask the chairman to remove it, as if the chairman had the power to remove something from consent agenda. Section 1.0401 is amended. Is a wording changed to remove concerns about committee reports. It says concerns, so it would have to be a concern to be a staff report. So instead of, we just included for information purposes only. Section 1.0802 has been added, which states that the agenda summaries will be made available to the public within 2 business days after the adjournment of the meeting, which would be a copy of your agenda with the action taken that's posted online. And previously, I believe that didn't have a date on it.
Now, does this comply with the new state law, right?
That's a state law.
Our policy did not address it, so we just added.
I got
It
it.
is giving us some
As long as this complies with
It'll fix a couple of things that we were audited.
It was specifically brought up in the audit, so we listed it in the policies. The other thing that it does is move the deadline up for the board to receive their material
To Wednesday.
Thursday to the Wednesday preceding the meeting, so you all will get your stuff 1 day early.
Chairman, regarding the change on the consent agenda procedure, I'm going to ask you not to adopt that change because the way a consent agenda should work is that if any commissioner says I have a problem with that being in the consent agenda, I want to vote separately. It should not take a motion and second approval by the rest of the board. It should be should be taken off the consent agenda and added to the business.
And I have no objection to that. The reason that I stated it was because it's acted as if one person wanted to discuss an item on the agenda instead of voting on a consent agenda item separately to remove it from the consent agenda.
Well, what I would like to see is not only have one reading, and that would trim down a lot of the consent agenda items. My opinion.
As Mr.
Yeah,
Hamilton stated.
that would lead you to the things that absolutely require second reading.
I agree.
Eric, under the action of the legislature last year, this says allows clerk authority to add items. Under the local legislation, it says that the chairman or any commissioner may add items to the agenda.
I believe it says any new items added to the agenda after the Thursday deadline, the county administrator and the chairman must be notified prior to.
He's just, what he's talking about is just after the deadline. Yeah.
And I'm saying after the deadline, if the clerk were to add something, she'd have to notify both you and the county administrator.
I don't have a problem with it, I just want to be sure we're not in violation of the legislative action.
I think you can be more broad, I don't think you can
Be more narrow.
limited possibility to add something. If you wanted to handle these late items as proposed additions and put a list out, proposed additions to the agenda, you could do it that way as well. So,
But getting it in this will help us not have, it'll be in a policy so that we wouldn't have an audit infraction.
And the chairman's still charged with setting the agenda. Just because it's additional things on there, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's put on there. It may be the next one for time constraints or whatever. But I think that this is, the idea behind this is some sort of contract that's time has come up or additional information or something like that.
These were actually contemplated to be in between the 12-day deadline and in between the commissioners actually getting the information, not after the agenda's been set, if you will, and so forth. And it's not a time issue.
Our policy now is it will be done by this date.
Yes, sir.
We got written up because things were.
We're handled differently. In other words, if we came up 11 days prior, the current policy says it cannot go on there. And what this is contemplated to do is 11 days prior, be able to add it on.
And what we're doing here is basically giving the clerk the authority to say, okay, this is all information. I can give it.
If she feels like she has time to get it incorporated to you prior to, yes, sir, that's correct.
Before I was getting it, I saw it short.
So that it's and it goes back to the time constraints, like when we tabled the wetlands delineation stuff. We had 2 days to get it in there.
Right.
Eric, tell me again, it's item number 3 that you got the problem with?
1.03.02 approval. I think actually what would cure this is you can see that the new language that's been added, remove the words request a motion to. So it would read that the commissioner objects to an item being on the consent agenda, the chairman shall remove the particular item from the consent agenda and move the item to the regular agenda.
So the commission chair has that authority?
Or any?
I think in those circumstances, I think the chairman has a duty to do that, because if any commissioner has an objection about handling all the items together, they have a right to vote on it. In most.
So it would then say if a commissioner objects to an item, the chairman will remove it. Right.
And move it to the general agenda for discussion.
And I believe that from our discussions, it would be staff's impression that 12 days prior, whether you had all your documents or not, you better have the title of your agenda item so that the clerk can put that on the agenda to send to the chairman.
Yeah.
All the supporting documentation, I don't think has to be 12 days prior.
I think that was the ambiguity.
But that's what they're,
Right.
yeah.
Currently, I believe it does per the policy, but that's what we're trying to clarify.
Because it says all agenda material.
So basically, it sounds like everybody's comfortable with all the changes except for the one thing that Eric thinks should be removed under the
1.03.02 and remove the words request a motion to.
I can see what he's saying.
I don't have no problem with it.
I agree with that. I just want to clarify for motion purposes.
You'll have to read it again.
No, I'm not.
You got it?
I said it right.
Yep. All right.
But I was trying to clarify if anybody else had an issue with anything else. It sounded like it was good.
So what about the second reading thing? Can we do?
Well,
We'll have to deal with that separately.
yeah, yes, I'm part of this, that's an actual ordinance, I believe.
That's,
Yeah, with the second.
But I was gonna bring it up in committee reports and ask them to
Get on
at
it.
least discuss it. Yeah, put it on the meeting.
This does not require two readings. Correct. This is board policy. This is how you govern yourself.
all right. Well, I will entertain this wonderful motion.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the changes that's been presented for our policy, with the one exception that we remove the wording of request a motion to under the 1.03.02 approval section.
That it?
That's it.
I don't think that covered
Mm-hmm.
it. Yep. That covered it?
That covered it here?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll second. Let's go.
Well, I got a motion on the second. All in favor? Any opposed? One opposed, Commissioner Loper. Commissioner Loper opposed. All right. Consideration to grant a utility easement to Georgia Power.
Georgia Power has requested a utility easement. We finally landed with a 15-foot wide easement adjacent to the right-of-way of Highway 80. This would be on the property, the Atlas property, we commonly refer to it. It is for the purpose of the installation of two guy anchors for guy holes. And there's a sketch showing the location, something I didn't make in the book, but it's basically for the installation of anchors for poles on utilities that are being relocated because of the bridge project in the
We're going to move the poles back.
Yes, sir.
How much land does it take up?
A 15-foot strip adjacent to Highway 80. I don't know what the acreage is.
I'm gonna step down on this, even though it doesn't directly affect me like the last one did. Just a little bit of power.
And they don't give us $10 for that piece of property for an easement?
It's
You can
10,000.
deliver the board wants, so I mean, that's,
$10. Well, I think we ought to charge them something for it more than $10. I mean, that's outrageous.
They're not actually gonna give you 10.
yeah, they're not.
You're right, you're right.
That's just like $1 for.
What I'm saying, they don't do anything to help us. What do they charge us to put them two guide wires down there on Old Augusta Road in 21? Like $10,000 to change two guide wires?
Before I started here, but it was quite significant, I do recall. I don't remember the exact dollar figure.
I think it was $10,000 they had to change two guide wires.
I think you're probably correct, yes, ma'am.
And then on Old Augusta Road, we paid, what, $1.2 million for them to move those poles back on the
400-something
road?
thousand on phase 2, and I believe it was about the same on phase 1, so roughly.
So why we don't give them anything? They don't work with us to do anything.
You more than have to send it back to them, but a dollar figure, the board, to kind of give you a number.
I agree with you. It's frustrating. I mean, this is what we need to do, we should do, and this is what we do, for the public, But it is frustrating when you have somebody who don't want to work with you, and they charge us hard anytime we try to do a project, and then we give easements constantly. I agree with you, but I don't think.
The other problem, they have the right to condemn.
Right. So, I agree with you. I don't think it's going to grab their chase.
It take them a while. Get a couple guidelines. I should keep them up.
Well, the thing is, they are probably charging the state to move them.
I'm sure they are.
It depends on the whole prior rights issues. The relocates on Old Augusta were 600-something thousand. Our portion was 400 because that was our percentage of non-prior rights, if you will. It just depends on who was there first, quite honestly.
I actually added 15 feet to the length of the entire bank site parking lot, so we didn't have to move a pole to the power. To move one pole was $20,000.
Could exchange it for some new lighting in the rec fields.
That's the old days. It's about the way.
Again, I've been able to try.
That's the old days.
Customer service left years ago.
It ain't set code no more.
No, it's not set code.
Well, I will entertain a motion from anybody. If y'all want to, somebody wants to make a motion and try and charge them for it, that's up to y'all.
I have no qualms asking.
I'll make the motion to deny it. Everybody else will make one. And that ain't the only thing I've had trouble with.
I understand.
That's just one that affects the county.
That may die for lack of a second.
Whatever. Got somebody else?
Anybody want a second?
Somebody can make the motion. Nobody else made nothing. We can't sit all night.
I'll make a motion that we approve alternative number 1.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second to grant the easement to Georgia Power.
Not in the mood just.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Huh?
All right. We have one abstaining. There's 2, 3 affirmative and 1 Commissioner Lucas. Against. So it does carry.
$10.
That's just
You right.
I'll get my merit raise.
No, we're going to take your year's pay. And it passed. All right. Consideration to approve the proposed recreation project list and to provide direction to staff to move forward with obtaining bids for the work to be completed. Toss?
On the 13th, there was a joint workshop of the Recreation Board and the Board of Commissioners. 3 of y'all were there, so you've heard the project list from that particular meeting. This is a shortened version of that list. It is what Mr. Clarence felt it was the most pressing at current time. And for the benefit of y'all that were not there, the dollars that are in here, the budget figures, I know it's here, came from, they weren't bid, that came from people that he knew that did this work or had experience doing it. So that is the reason that I have in there to direct staff to move forward with obtaining bids. Under our current purchasing policy, they would all have to be bid individually, over $2,500. So we have to have 3 written quotes on each one anyhow. So basically what I'm asking is that the board authorize Mr. Morgan to move forward with obtaining bids for these particular items. And those bids will have to come back to contracts to be awarded. Mr. Morgan's here, he can certainly speak to this when I say something incorrect. So that he can move forward with improvements. And all of these are for the state Rifle 119 recreation facility, which has not been updated in several years, 3 years, 30, about 30 years, quite some time.
Who typically, does purchasing department typically handle the bidding process, or does he typically, he gives the
Yes,
department
sir.
heads?
We would look to Mr. Morgan to provide specifications, and then Ms. Gilmore would then seek the bids, but yes, we would need specs for what he actually wanted for each one of these items. Yes, sir.
The reason we asking for these projects, we've been about 4 or 5 years at the rec department, which is Highway 119 complex, and hadn't did anything because we've been waiting with the economy and everything. Then we're gonna wait another year and a half, 2 years, because the sheriff officer will be moved to the annex building, and we can't do anything with the gym until we get that building gone. So we asking that we start in the back and work forward, backwards, instead of waiting another 2 or 3 years to start work. We have a November, December, January time frame to get these projects done, or we got another year and a half before we can get anything accomplished. And I talked to the fence people, the sod people, and the lighting people, and all these projects, the 3 major projects can be done in the 90 days with no problem. And there's money already been set aside by the Board of Commissioners, just redirecting it to start in the back and work up until we get a chance to start on the gym when the annex building can be torn down. And we appreciate the workshop that Mr. Toss set up with y'all. Had a great night and a great time, so.
I thought we had a good workshop and that the information you provided was helpful.
Yeah, if I put it on the calendar in the right week,
You don't need to use my calendar.
no, you're that way.
I'm a day early.
Clarence, since I wasn't there, educate me in a nutshell. Are you talking about revamping?
What we're talking about doing is taking the football field, rack 1, rack 2, and rack 3, taking everything we got down and doing a similar, just like we did at Sand Hill. Modernize, make them new. And we hadn't bought the land there in 10 or 15 years. It might be another 10, 15 years before we can afford it because of who owns them. So if we keep waiting till we get that land, we might be waiting another 25 years before we can start work. So this is what we're trying to do. And with the sheriff officer moving out there, we're going to be behind with the gym again. So we just asked them to start in the back and work forward instead of starting with the gym and go elsewhere. And we get the land, only thing we will not do is build a new restroom, press box combo until we secure the land. We will update what we got. That the only building we actually keep will be the present restroom, concession, and pavilion. We'll update that, but the lighting, the sod, and the fence will all be new. And we'll have another Sand Hill for the center part of the county and the northern part of the county that we've been promising them for about 5 or 6 years.
This is a consideration to approve them to go ahead and get the bids. Any other questions, discussion? Motion.
Make a motion to approve alternate number 1, authorize staff to move forward with obtaining bids and contracts to be presented to the board for consideration.
I'll second.
Motion on the second, all in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to sign an application and permit for special encroachment for Woodland of the World Drainage Improvements. You mean this thing actually might get
Oh, I got the bids on my desk, Chairman.
We've been working on it for 6 years.
We're gonna pull the trigger. This is the right-of-way encroachment permit for GDOT for the 10-foot of pipe we actually have sticking out into the right-of-way. The bids, Mr. Tucker secured those last week, are all lying there, so that we can move forward with the purchase of the pipe and so forth to get started. Spoke with Mr. Davis, he's certainly ready to get going. We just need to get with him on site, same with Mr. Clifton, or Mr. Vinci. And yes, sir, we're fixing to get started.
Any questions or discussion? Make a motion that we approve alternate 1.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Progress. Consideration to sign a survey permit to grant Southern Natural Gas Company permission to enter county-owned property for the purpose of conducting
Southern Natural Gas has expressed an interest in purchasing approximately 12 acres of property, which is our treatment plant site. It is located at the southwestern corner of that, adjacent to their gas line. The immediate concern is this particular permit, which authorizes them to do investigations on the property to see if it's even suitable for their use. There is documentation in your additional stuff of the proposed use that they would have for it. And Mr. Plouffe is here with Southern Natural Gas to certainly answer any questions that y'all may have.
Good evening. I wanted to add just a few acres to that talk, if I can, maybe 15 acres, and depending on how the property assembles with the neighboring property where the power plant is, it could be a few more. What they want to do is assemble about 30 acres, and out of that 30 acres, what we need it for is to build a compressor station adjacent to our existing right-of-way that runs between Low Ground Road and Blue Jay. And out of the 30 acres, they would clear approximately 5 to 8 acres within the center of that 30-acre parcel, and then the remainder would remain as a tree buffer. So it's important that it be in that area. I was tasked with the job of finding an area that would be suitable. I'm sure that you're very well acquainted with the environmental issues, the wetlands. There's wetlands all around that area. So after doing some considerable desktop analysis, it just seems that that area shared between your property where the water treatment plant is and the adjacent property, it would be the most suitable for that. The surveys that we need to conduct are civil survey for identifying an outline to actually establish a boundary, environmental, which goes without further ado, and then archaeological. They have to go and sift the sand, make sure there's nothing there that would that FERC would prevent us from building on. And I guess if you have any questions or any need further explanation or information. First of all, I wish I'd brought you guys some coffee.
Do we look asleep?
No, it's just you just really put in long hours.
Oh, this is nothing yet. The ultimate question is, this is for a survey to go in. You would not be clearing or doing anything other than cutting survey lines and doing topos and doing soil bores or whatever to the land.
Everything would be minimal impact. If they shovel dig a hole to do tests, they have to fill it back in and tamp it. And yes, there'll be some tree clipping and limbing and stuff like that to do your site survey. And I do want to say it's all it is for is to conduct the surveys. The survey form that I sent to Mr. Allen, it does have an indemnity. It's got a whole harmless clause in there, and it explains what the surveys are about. And to answer your question, that's all it's for right now.
Toss, this would not be anywhere that they would be damaging any of our treatment lines or anything.
That's what Mr. Kovac and I were just discussing. I believe that the irrigation system at Springfield does come that direction, whether it's completely.
It's on the other side of that little road in your package, but I don't know if it goes all the way to the red line.
All right.
But if you were to damage a part of the spray field, you would opt to correct it at your own expense.
As far as damages, the survey also says that we would pay for any damages if there were any damages.
Well, as long as the agreement, I would think, makes you aware that we have equipment lines in that area so that you're aware of them. If you just simply think that's raw land and you're not aware of them, then whether or not you would be.
Would we be able to meet with somebody or to find out a little bit more information about that?
You certainly with bulldozer.
Okay.
I don't think it'd be a problem for you, sure.
And I guess then the ultimate question, I'm curious to know what happens when you go out there and do the survey. I mean, then you come back and you want to buy the land, if it's suitable.
You beat me to it. Our intention is to enter an option agreement with the county. Ideally, we'd like to do a 2-year option after we negotiate price and figure out. Also, to add to that though, it is contingent at this point of us being able to move forward with the neighbor as well, because that's the only way we can assemble the 30 acres. So there's a little bit of working together mutually to get to the point of doing the contract, but that is the intent. That's the whole purpose of the surveys.
Mr. Chairman, this may be something that has to be handled through the IDA at point or, as you know, to dispose of county property. If it's not to a governmental entity like the IDA for a project, then it would most likely have to be done through sealed bids. So that's an issue we can.
And as long as you understand that, that's what I'm trying to make you aware. It's not as simple as coming in here and us saying, well, we'll sell you a piece of property.
Well, I realize
Government property, does it get?
I realize there's a process, and hopefully, this is the beginning of the process, and they've done this before with government entities, so they are aware of that.
As long as everybody's on the same page, I never like anybody go into anything blind. Board have any questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve alternate number 1, sign the survey permit.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Happy hunting.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Good night.
Consideration to adopt the first reading of the 2013-2014 budget. Well, we moved this right on through there, didn't
As stated, we're just asking for the board to adopt the first reading. As you know, it takes 2, so we certainly contemplate changes in the middle. We gotta get the first one done at some point.
I'll entertain a motion.
Should the state of Georgia be 0.15?
Yeah, it dropped to .20 last year, this
Yeah.
year is .15,
It's a
correct?
regular drop schedule.
5.
Okay, it just says 0.25.
You're correct. The documents that you have were before we confirmed what the amount was, and I believe she has a corrected document.
Okay.
You're on item 23, I'm sorry, there's no documentation for 22. So we're just asking for a first reading. You're looking at the resolution for the millage.
Did I get a video?
Yeah, but you're right.
Looked on the wrong thing.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
So,
No, it's on the resolution we're talking about.
For the millage.
For the
but
millage.
we're talking
Yes, sir.
about.
Correct.
Those are documents tonight.
Yeah, there's none for 22, we're just
I don't
asking.
know how it was.
Sorry. I thought we were discussing the resolution. No.
Okay, so if we make a motion to approve alternative number 1, then any changes can still be made before the next time, what we said.
But it was on the computer, that's fine.
I think it's the same thing with the documents with the heads of the other one. Yeah. Maybe it's the first one, that's fine.
Okay, we're on 22 now.
No.
There's no document. I didn't have 22 either, that's okay.
Should that one, should the documentation.
Yeah, you will look at it.
Okay.
We just had to dig it.
Okay, so are we safe to make a motion for alternative number 1? We can still make it.
We've already
A
had a
motion to approve the first reading of the 2013-2014 budget.
So the,
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? It's on roll. Consideration to approve a resolution to adopt the millage rate.
The document that you have perhaps has .25 that does need to show .15, and the total,
29.602.
yes, correct.
It doesn't have a total, but. Something that need to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
An overall total millage rate.
Call that out.
Steph?
Call it-
The state of Georgia is doing .15.
Call the total out then.
29.602. We have county governments at 8.558. Hospital is at 1.9974. The IDA is at 2. Education, Board of Education is 16.897 and .15 for the state of Georgia, for a total of 29.602.
So you're good about that now?
That's what I'm,
Yes.
I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion that we approve the millage as listed. Can you call them out? 8.558 for county, 1.997 for hospital. Industrial authority is 2. It's for the maintenance of education, 16.897, state of Georgia, 0.15 for a total of 29.602.
I have a motion by Commissioner Jones, second by whom? All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Item number 24. You did good on that. Consideration to approve the commitment of record regarding the use of the insurance premium.
As you recall, the board made the election several years ago to actually place that insurance premium into the special tax district. And from there, as you saw tonight, we will make transfers as needed to those different entities.
No questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
A motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Consideration to approve the county millage rate certification form for the tax year 2013, which is PT 35.
This particular form is a form that is required by the state of Georgia. It simply is to show the actual sales tax and that portion of which rolls back property tax, along with the other taxing authorities of the hospital, the IDA, and the school board. And it is a required form, which is mandated that we turn in with our tax levy documents. And so we simply ask for your approval for the chairman to sign this form at the approved rates.
What does it mean to be determined?
At the time that we actually did this sample, the Board of Education had not passed theirs, so we had put a note on there to remind everyone to check and make sure that that is what they adopted and confirm that.
Will that note be on the file?
No, sir.
This is the form that validates what we just approved.
Correct.
Yes. I just wanted to be sure when it says authorize the chairman to sign whether I need to be on that note.
Yeah.
Be on there.
It was a cautionary note so that
Just like to be sure. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the county millage rate certification form for tax year 2013, also known as PT
opposed? So carried. Consideration to approve, it's just redundant, isn't it? Consideration to approve the computation of millage rate rollback form for tax year 2013, which is the EP 32.
Yes, sir. This particular form is supplied by the tax assessor's office, and the amounts on it for the 2012 digest along with the 2013 digest is based off of the figures that are correlated between the tax assessor's office and tax commissioner's office. It is also required within the tax levy documents and is generally signed by the chairman and the tax commissioner.
Oh, that's silent, but
I think, if I'm not mistaken, you generally do. I think the board of, yeah. The assessor, the assessor's office, the tax commissioner's office, and the commissioners.
when does this have to be filed?
We have to have our packet there several days before August 1st. If we go past August 1st, we have to get an extension.
Want to be sure you weren't going to be hunting me this week.
No, sir.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the documents presented.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? That was fairly painless. Y'all want to start over? Committee reports. Go ahead, Ms. Allen. Huh? No, I want to start with you.
If he starts with you, we don't say so.
Yeah, because if we start, then, well, I was going to talk about that. Oh, that's what we were used to.
You all should have the list in front of you, Ash Road, as we discussed at the last meeting, we are rebidding that. We've added some additional roads in there based on prices that we got back, 4 additional roads, we put in additional 9 miles. Bids will be due August the 7th. With a bid award coming before the board on the 20th, August the 20th, and a contract on September the 3rd, unless we don't get very much participation, we'll probably try to bring the bid and contract together on August 20th.
August 7th, you said?
August the 7th is the date that bids are due, yes, sir.
And then the 20th?
20th will be the first, when it comes to the board for either bid award or bid and contract, depending on how many people we get back.
Now, the only thing I was thinking about that cost is, you know, we had a list of just 4 or 5 roads, and now we've got, since we're probably going to come in about half the cost, we increased our list to 8 or 9 roads, whatever the total actually is. What I want to be kind of cautious on doing is, and what we're talking about doing is, again, experimental. You know, and when this whole Ash Road fiasco started, it was going to be done on a couple of roads, and we was going to wait and see how it works, and then next thing you know, one thing turned into another, we were putting it all over the county. And we've got what we got. I don't know that when we get all our bids back, that it would be prudent for us to do all of these roads with this experiment. You know, I'm thinking that maybe it would be better for us to do a couple roads, give it a little bit of time, budget money, and then watch it, see what's happening before we do it. You know, kind of do what we've done in the past again.
We certainly can. We consciously made these, you have a list there of the actual roads.
Right.
There are lower volume roads. There were some that came in, Zittrell, Low Ground, that we purposely decided not to do because I believe those are much higher traffic and are going to require a different fix than the one that we're currently contemplating. But, yes, right, that's certainly err on the side.
I still think it's worthwhile to bid, you know, and see, then we can pick from the list which ones, you know, your health, which ones you think would be good ones to try on. Because, you you know, we're still kind of stabbing at what the solution for these ash roads are.
But it can be like
What's that?
So we'll move forward. The road resurfacing is still on here. I recently had a conversation with the Georgia Department of Transportation to a pre-bid, pre-construction meeting on one they were doing that they asked us to attend, in which the new district engineer in Jessup has been for some time wanting to come introduce himself and speak with the board and whoever wants to speak with him, along with the new area engineer in Statesboro. And I say they've both been there a year now. We felt like road maintenance may be a good thing for them to come in on, so we're actually trying to schedule that meeting. And being that if we put this out now, we're looking at the dates. I mean, if you go back to Ash Roads, you're looking at a September 3rd start, but we're getting into the winter. So I'm sort of in my head thinking maybe we're just going to put this off to the spring and have this conversation with GDOT. I think that may be a more prudent thing for us to do, because we're looking at any number of fixes on these other than just resurfacing. So where we're starting to do maybe some open graded aggregate or asphalt courses in the middle to stop these crack barriers that are coming through, which we have a lot of problems with, or crack seal with this chrome rubber, different things. So in other words, I'm telling you, we got it on the list. I think we're going to try to set up a workshop with the Georgia Department of Transportation and you all, whoever wants to show up, to look at some different alternatives of doing this.
Now, we're not bidding these as one bid. They're, each road is a separate bid.
On the road resurfacing,
On the ash road.
the Ash Road was being bid as one bid with all of the roads that you see number one in one bid, but they're sort of like now. They're done by quantities.
Okay, so we can still,
Each road has a very specific, yes, sir, they're all listed individually with a specific quantity for that road. So we could easily add a strike, correct?
okay.
Old Augusta Road, we finally got the poles, delivery date on the darn poles for the traffic signal. 22nd is when they're expected to arrive on site. They're to be there ahead of that with the boards. His machine's been in the shop. He's supposed to have started this week. The next thing is, I'm probably going to bring before y'all at your next meeting a change order, and it's not a dollar amount, it's for a time because of the signals, because of the delays there. Their contract is up August the 7th, and we're not going to have the signal completed by then. So I'll bring to you a change order, no dollars, it's just time extension. And for that reason.
Will they turn the light on when they're done?
Yeah, they'll turn it on, but there's a 30-day burn period that they can't actually accept it, so we can't pay them. So that'll affect the contract end date. Herbert Kessel Road, topographic survey is still done. Wetlands have been delineated, and it's delineated. They are actually, the ribbons are hanging in the tree. When I bid that, I bid it as just delineation services, no survey. RC and our GIS department went today to actually collect those points. I haven't heard back from him. I was hoping to have it for the meeting, but I will have those tomorrow. Next step is to actually negotiate with Davis. So, Mr. Chairman, if you want to be involved in that, I think you have been through this process. Whomever wants to, I'll get with you when you're full. Okay. As soon as I have that information, I'll send it in. We'll decide who wants to actually sit down with them, and we'll know where that is. Courthouse Road, the survey's complete. We need to begin the right way acquisition. I'll speak more on that here in a little bit with y'all. Signage at Blue Jay and Midland, that was requested. I just want to tell you, it's complete. It's been installed. Same as Fort Howard Road, W7 and 204s that you asked about, Chairman, Commissioner Mason. Those have been installed at this point. Chamber of Commerce annual retreat. Those rooms need to be booked by the 21st. That is ahead of y'all's next regular scheduled meeting, so I do need y'all to notify the clerk of who will be going so that she can get those reservations taken care of. So if y'all could please do that, I would appreciate it. And we, the county, has been asked to provide an update to our parkway at that, so I will be doing a presentation on that, 30 minutes bill or whatever. Georgia Pacific has asked, really, in Blaine McIntosh too, Georgia Pacific and Georgia Power, that now that the roadway has been completed, the realignment, that we provide some directional signage to the plant and the mill. I have met side of the sign, depending on what it says, so until I met with them, to know what words are on there. However you want to proceed with that, if you want to tell me just to stop, or you want to tell me to go forward, or,
Let them put a sign up if they want to put a sign up.
I believe they're looking for us to pay for that, and that's.
Let them put a sign up if they want to put a sign up.
All right. I'll see for that way. The sale of the property for the Old Augusta Road Central that you approved at your last meeing, you approved it with additional language. That language has been added, that's been sent back to Georgia Power, as it were. I have not heard back from them yet as to whether they approved it or not. However, one thing that has come up, you should have a little picture in your book, so a little green one that shows the planned entrance.
I saw that.
I believe that when this originally started, the idea was to install a cul-de-sac just east or west of the bridge. As we discussed at the last meeting, that was replaced in lieu of Georgia Power providing a turnaround at the guard shack. However, when we said that, it was, I guess, my understanding that that turnaround would be outside of that particular building. This is their proposed layout. As you can see, anyone pulling up to that would have to be allowed to go through the gate and then turn around. We have received clarification from Georgia Power that that facility is manned 24/7, this particular dark facility. So what I'm looking for is direction from the board. Are y'all comfortable with that arrangement? Because again, when this was contemplated, it was with cul-de-sac in the bridge.
They just make a circle around the building.
Yes, sir.
I ain't no problem, I don't have no problem with that, as long as they can turn around.
And just want to make sure everybody was fine with that particular arrangement, because again, when I hear turn around, I guess my fault is it's outside of that facility. They would have to be allowed through the gate, which is current.
They have the same problem with plant craft, right? It's just only so much, they have to actually come in the plant site, turn around and next.
Just want to make sure the board's aware that they would have to do that. Number 12 is a fallacy. I said that I have a letter attached to y'all. I don't have that. I didn't get around to writing it. So a lie's a fallacy. Big difference. And this is a follow-up to the meeting that I had a couple of weeks ago with Mr. Davenport on their particular progress on their side. And he asked me to follow up with a letter basically outlining what we would like to do, us being the county, on our side, moving forward. I will get that to you at your next meeting. I have to apologize. The audit, I want everybody to understand the audit was submitted to the state on the 27th, so we met the deadline for doing it, but what included with that was a preliminary corrective action plan, which is a plan that follows up on all the audit findings of how we intend to correct those. A copy of that is included in your package, as y'all see. I say preliminary because we put a note with it saying that it's subject to board approval. It'll come back to the board on the 23rd for y'all's approval. I just want everybody to have a copy to be looking at prior to it actually hitting your agendas. Payroll penalties. On June the 4th, Department of Revenue issued a notice of proposed assessment from a payroll liability. There's a memo of record in your packages also that's updating all of you on where that particular process stands. And more than anything, we want to make the board aware that we have received that notice. And we're currently working through those issues. It's a $231,000 item. It was a $19,000 penalty. I don't know if you all have a copy of the actual assessment. I should have put that in there. I'll get it out to y'all. You can sort of see on the assessment itself that the money that they say was as a credit in a different, I think it's the way it was categorized in their system. And it, again, should be in there. We could be more than happy to discuss it with any of y'all in greater detail if you want to. I'll get an actual copy of the assessment out also.
So it's a mistake on the Department of Revenue side?
Is it fair to, didn't the program that we have or something, as I understand it, we were actually overpaying them like for 3 months in a row?
What happened was the parameters of a particular report that was being run, the parameters apparently were not correct. So the actual payments were there. We actually ended up asking for a refund. if you look at the notice shows those credits, it's actually $146,000. It's a matter of them putting those payments in the correct periods to abate that whole issue. I've talked with them twice. It's my understanding at this point that they are working through moving those payments to the correct position. When that happens, the notice should go away. I think Toss has a copy of all the correspondence that we've had so far.
You're just dealing with a person in their office?
I'm dealing with 2 people, and we are faxing items to that office. I did a schedule of exactly what occurred, showing where the payments needed to be posted to. I've spoken with her. I've spoken with another lady who has gone and checked on it for me and assures me that she is working on it.
But we are sure that we paid everything on time and ahead, that we should not be penalized.
That's correct.
Okay.
Everything that I know of at this point and all of the documentation that goes with it shows that we made those payments. It's a matter of them placing them where they need to go.
And we'll continue to keep y'all updated as we work through that process. Impact fee study, man, we discussed this at the last meeting. We've actually obtained a copy of the last report from Tishler Lights that was substantially completed at the time, just not approved. I do need to work with the attorney. We were actually trying to get an item on this agenda to amend the impact fee ordinance to remove water and sewer impact fees and stop collecting impact fees and begin collecting tap fees or whatever we want to call them, so that we could run that dollar to zero that's in there and then do away with them so we don't have to amend that in the study. Is the goal we're trying to get to. There is some question on whether or not we need to amend some water and sewer agreements that are out there because they reference the impact fee, is that correct, Eric?
Yeah.
Rather than the other fees. So Eric and I will get together on that and see what all we need to bring before the board to actually make that happen. But again, the goal is simply to make them go away so that we don't have to amend that particular portion of the impact fee study to be able to redirect funds. Westwood Heights drainage construction began on the 25th. By construction, I mean they began to salt up the driveways and prepare for, get the signs up and all. Pipe was delivered last week. I have not been out there today. The plan was to begin today, actually removing driveways and replacing pipe. So if they didn't start today, they're supposed to start this week. The STIP meeting that you and I were discussing earlier, Chairman, will be held on Monday, July the 19th, 10 a.m. at GDOT Statesboro office. And it is to address the 2014-17 STIP statewide transportation improvement program, which is a list of all. It could be the 29th. I may have written that down incorrectly.
I see on Monday, July 19th at 10 a.m.
Is that what's in the letter? Yes, sir. What I'm saying, I may have written, it may be the 29th. You had the letter earlier. I think you did say the 29th. I don't have the letter with me. It was on Monday, I recall that.
It says on Monday, July 19th.
Yes, sir. But the chairman has the actual letter that came with items to it. I'm saying I may have transposed it incorrectly on my committee report.
19th is Friday.
Okay, apparently I did.
29th is Monday.
It's 29th. I do apologize.
Yeah.
I got on the calendar.
Yes, sir. Don't need to sign another.
I apologize. Monday, July the 29th at 10 o'clock is when that STIP meeting will occur.
Okay.
And Georgia Department of Transportation is required by federal law, federal highway requires them to create a fiscally constrained list of projects for a 5-year period. That's what this document is. Anything that is expected to receive federal funding. Again, you're all invited to attend. It is our document, it is our project. They want our input, and Mr. Chairman will be asked to sign a short form, as it says, stating that he was aware of that.
You've got my curiosity though. You've already put down there's a change order going to be presented on Westwood Heights.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I skipped over that too, That was, as you recall, when we approved it, there was some discussion on the 3 pipes that went underneath Lower Effingham.
Okay.
On what we need to do there. That's what this is. Upon further studying, we think we need to add an additional pipe across there to keep it from making such a turn. but we're gonna do that by removing, there's an 18-inch pipe under, green at Old Effingham, we're gonna remove the driveway and add this, so I haven't figured the cost, I'm not gonna tell you that's a perfect wash, but it's not gonna be all that, there will be some deductions too. But this is to rectify what I told you I would do at the time, which is to look into that costing further.
Not with Ricky, there won't be any deduction.
And then, Mr. Kovac asked me earlier to bring up, would the board like to consider, we don't really have a policy or haven't done anything in the past for retirees, people that have been here for a while. I believe the proposal will be for staff to generate some sort of certificate to present to these people and have the board actually make a presentation. Am I saying that right?
No, I was just looking for a signature.
Signature.
You know, if it's like a certificate of achievement, thank you for your dedicated service or something like that. It's just something that the chairman could sign or somebody could sign without having to come back and bring each one.
That sounds like a community relations project.
I mean, I'll sign it, you know.
I think it's a good idea, somebody works, I mean, he gets served over years and every time.
I think we ought to have a little ceremony whenever somebody
We had
gets
two
5 years.
This is being recorded.
We had two from Mary out there, I don't have no problem doing one.
Yeah. Retired and working another year.
And that's all I have.
Oh, I wanted to ask you something about, Long Bridge Road, I know you guys don't have to resurface it. Between the bridge and the restaurant, grass is growing up in that crack, and it's getting worse all the time.
Yes, sir. Our resurfacing, the way I termed that, had a combination of different things in the contract. Some was actually full depth reclamations where these roads that are completely oxidized, there's nothing left, that you have to regrind and mix lime with it to stabilize it, to remake over it. Some were, that crack seal takes open graded asphalt that goes in the middle, and some were a cutting patch. Law Lane was cutting all of that out, putting the new material back in and rebuilding. So it was not simply resurfacing.
That problem there is deep.
Yes,
More than 2 foot deep.
Yes, yeah.
So when I say resurfacing, there was a combination of things contemplated in that contract.
You probably have to dig it all out and put something in it.
Yes, sir, I agree, 100%.
It's sinking, it's getting worse all the
Yes,
time.
sir. That's how that was. Same thing with Long Bridge and Bridge.
Long Bridge, that's what I said, Long Bridge.
Oh, I said Lot Lane between there and Bridge.
No, I said
Lot
Long Bridge
Laning's the
between
one I
the bridge
referred.
and the restaurant there.
Yes, sir.
On the right
Yes.
hand lane.
Correct. That was contemplated as cutting that one spot out.
Yeah.
Lot Landing between 21 and the bridge, it was cutting all of that basically. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
wrong about it.
We didn't do that because the fellow wanted too much.
That's correct. It is in this current contemplation here. Yes, sir. Both of those are.
Too many L's right there.
You done, sir?
Too many what? Too many L's.
L's.
Log Bank, Long Bridge,
Anything, Mr. Adams?
nothing.
Any other staff?
I have one item, Mr. Chairman, regarding the Eli Whitney watershed.
Yes, sir.
This has been a matter we've been looking at for quite some time. We're still waiting on some additional information from USDA. Please understand, this is a project that was conceived by the USDA and the county back in about 1966. So we're going back a long way, and there's really nobody with any memory of the details, but from the documentation I've seen, the Eli Whitney watershed project was a grand plan to construct about 40 miles of drainage channels in the Eli Whitney watershed, and essentially return a lot of wet lowland to agricultural uses. It appears that the county started to acquire easements in the late 60s. An actual watershed work plan was first adopted in '66. And then, like a lot of big federal projects, it got scaled down. One of the ways it got scaled down was that the ditches that were to be constructed were limited to one side of the right-of-way lines that were shown. built out of the 40 miles that were proposed. On the property that is at issue, Mr. Kilgore's property, it appears that some of the work was done. You can go back there and I guess see remnants of a ditch that was constructed. The watershed work plan contemplated that once all this work was done, the channel improvements would be operated and maintained by the individual landowners, and that the county would go in and be responsible for any maintenance not satisfactorily performed by the landowners. That was part of the original 1966 agreement. The 1971 operation and maintenance agreement had a requirement in it that the county's maintenance responsibilities would become effective simultaneously with the acceptance of the works of improvement, which I suppose, but we're still trying to document it, were actually done by USDA. Thus far, we have uncovered no record that the work was ever dedicated or accepted by the county. So it's not clear whether the county's maintenance obligations were ever even triggered. If they had been, one of the things that was supposed to happen is that there were supposed to be annual reports filed by the county with the USDA. We've asked USDA to research their files to see if they have any of those reports, and so far we have not gotten any response. Many of the easement agreements with individual landowners had clauses in them stating that if the county fails or ceases to maintain these drainage improvements, then the easements revert to the landowner. So if you don't use it, you lose it. That becomes very problematic when you start, when you contemplate going in and clearing a ditch on one property owner's land. Because now all of a sudden you've made it easier for the water to flow across his land, but it has nowhere to go downstream if you don't have the easement rights necessary to go in and dig out ditches downstream. So the long and the short of this at this point is it doesn't appear that we have the duty or even necessarily the right to go in and do anything to restore these drainage channels that some of them may have been built, some of them may not have been built.
And complicated, it's contradicting what the State Department of Agriculture was doing back then. It's contradicting the new environmental laws from federal level.
That's right. And, you know, there is a letter, a recent letter on file from the Corps saying that, you know, there's enough evidence of a ditch on this particular property that we could go back in without a new permit. But it would have to be basically work done by hand. You'd have to carry out any dirt you excavate. It would be difficult and logistical problem. And then you have the further problem of how to get the water further downstream. You know, and then you impact properties downstream. You're not really impacting any properties upstream. You know, no one's stating that there's been a nuisance created because the water can't get anywhere, or that you're flooding existing, you know, property upstream. So,
is old Mr. Charlie Branch still working with them? Or has
He works with, he don't work on.
He would be the best source on that stuff. I know I seen a map he had one time with the county. There was 4 or 5 watersheds in the county, and I think the Turkey Branch watershed was the only one that was ever done. And it was one of those projects. They had them all over, and this Eli Whitney one is one that was a grand one that only maybe a portion was there.
There was like a congressional appropriation for this project, and then maybe, you know, some of the funds maybe weren't there. I don't really know. It's very hard to go back and reconstruct what happened between 1966 and 1973.
40 years ago.
We are still, you know, going back and forth to the USDA trying to get more information. And if we get any information that changes what I told you, we'll certainly bring that information back to you. But that's kind of a preliminary take on what we've been able to
You mentioned the signs for, Georgia Pacific and, Flat Macintosh. What, I guess that was what you were talking about, they're requesting those signs?
Yeah.
But I still have the problem on Nelly Road. I got another email that told him I had to talk to you.
That's what in part this was dealing with, was the Nelly Road issue. In addition to those signs, we can go put no outlet or no trucks or dead end or something sign at the front, which used to exist prior to the construction, it was somehow removed during that process. But what they are wanting or requesting is, for instance, there if you're coming up Rinkin Stillwell, when you got to the end of Rinkin Stillwell, there'd be a sign that said, to the left is Plant Macintosh, to the right is Savannah Riverville.
Okay.
Yeah. Which would hopefully, when you did that, if the GPS said go up Nelly, you'd see a sign that says this one.
Yeah.
And the idea was to put them there at Fort Howard, Old Augusta, and Jimmy, Old Augusta. And apparently they already exist on 275 in what's now Rinkin Stillwell. And they additionally want it on 21 outside of Old Augusta, which will be a state issue. It's not our concerns, or it's not our ability to do that, it's not our right of way.
That's right. Okay. Was GP gonna realign their insurance? Or are they, or?
There was talk of that. My honest opinion is that there's no funding for it. They want to, and they worked on it. They actually have more than Housewell doing some stuff for them. It was actually contemplated that way on the original plans. We had to go back and do some revisions prior to being bid to remove that intersection because of the time. GDOT would allow us to do it. There was a turn lane there and actual turnout for that particular entrance. The idea was to align the truck entrance with the warehouse, so that those jockey trucks would no longer come down Fort Howard or Old Augusta, now they would go straight across.
Oh, I remember I was at the county commission meeting the night that was discussed when John Kern brought that plan in. That was discussed very heavily at that meeting.
It's years ago.
It didn't happen.
Well, this came back up again with Old Augusta, and the idea was to signalize it at some point also at that particular place. But I don't think it's funny. Every time I've asked, they shy away from it. There's just no funding for, on Georgia Pacific side, to construct that.
When we were out there for their community meeting this year, they actually alluded to the fact that they're going to be changing their interests within the next year.
I think they certainly want to do it. The Savannah Riverville people do. I'm assuming it's some corporate thing that prevents them from getting funding. Because, yeah, they definitely want to do it. We were trying to get it done during the construction of this particular project, so it would just work together, but that obviously didn't happen.
Steve?
I have a short list, I only have like 16 things here. Actually,
Let's put a bars in.
Actually, Had Lake Road again. I promised the people I would say it, so I'm doing what I promised. Had Lake Road, we all know, well, most of us do. I don't know if you guys have had to deal with this yet. Had Lake Road is a private-owned road in the north end of the county that there was, say, 5 or 6 property owners, all family members, had a couple hundred acres of land. One family member had a biggest majority of the property at the rear of the property, decided he was going to make a subdivision. It's an access easement across other people's property, and this road is constantly a problem. It's not a county road, so these folks have called again and asked what can they do. And I told them again that it's we don't have the right of way, we've never maintained the road. It was a private road. Much documentation and history has been presented where everybody that closed in there understood in their closing documents that they were on an easement, okay, an access easement. Only reason I bring this up is just to make sure we don't have this again. I don't think there's anything we can do. The only thing that we could possibly do is, as a county, is we can go on private property, I believe, I remember, if we charge a fee to do that, to go in and at least maintain the road from time once or whatever. But
they called again, and,
How many homes are out there? I mean, how big you said it was subdivision?
No, subdivision, they just sold lots all.
Well, that's a subdivision. I mean, that's a division of Hayfield. They put, I don't know, 15 or 20, is it something like that?
About 25.
It is 20 houses.
I thought that there was an ordinance that said that we could not do, even scrape a private road, so is there something that says if we charge, we can, is that?
The gratuities clause prevents you from going in there and doing work on a private road. If there's another county ordinance, I'd have to look for it.
I thought we said that we could charge a fee.
There's an actual county ordinance, local Effingham County ordinance on
So we just need to change
road
it.
maintenance that says we cannot even scrape a
The-
privately maintained road.
There may be, I'd have to look.
The county went to the extremes,
You
I
can
guess,
change your own ordinances.
in 2006 or 7, when this issue bubbled again, with the first time when I was here. And the idea was, and I think it was 6 or 7, that if the county either no longer accepts dirt roads, I believe, and the question was, the county could make an exception to accept a county dirt road if it was brought up to county dirt road standards. They wanted to know how much it would cost to bring it up to county dirt road standards. And when they got the price, then everybody would have to give up yard space because there's no ditches, there's no drainage, you know, the whole thing would have to be redone.
That's a county one.
And you also
It
got,
is.
you also got power lines going down.
Let's do that for one.
The only other way to handle it would be to take the road and improve it and come up with a way to pay for it. And one of the potential ways to pay for it would be through a special tax district for road improvements for all the property owners on that road.
We can make it dirt.
But it would be, you know, as Mr. Kovac said, the cost was relatively prohibitive in what you would have to charge each homeowner, even if you did it over several years.
And the
Probably
road,
excessive.
the road issue has been, it was compounded, and again, this is the logging thing, it was a private road. There was I guess 600 or 700 acres of swampland up there that was, the timber was cut a couple of years ago. And when Beasley, the one who brought this ordinance idea up to me, when they went in there, the road was bad, and when they went in there, it got worse. And they spent over $20,000 on making a mess.
They hold a bunch of clay in there,
All
sand,
clay
and they
in
hold
from
the
the
clay in
swamp,
there.
and put it on the road, and now it is just, it's terrible up there.
Now in the rain, you can't get in there.
Yeah. They actually have to use ATVs to go in and out to their house. So the lady told me today her husband, her mother is under hospice care, and she's concerned. Hospice told them that they wouldn't bring a hearse in there, that she would have to bring her mother out, and have her mother brought out. Anyway.
It is bad, I remember pictures of it. It's the same way it was in 2006.
It is, and all the rains we've had now, that clay, it's awful. I guess the biggest thing is lesson learned is do not ever approve any dirt road subdivision. You know, and cross access easements, I know things have changed, you know, where that can't happen now, but, about a year ago, we had somebody present that. They were gonna do a 75 lot subdivision in Bug-Eyton with dirt roads.
As I recall, one of the things that makes it so expensive to do anything on that road is that there are power poles that, does the road actually cross under them at one point, or is it just right?
It weaves back and forth.
It goes back.
There's fence posts that are sitting in the road almost.
Yeah, 15
Power
foot.
poles all have to be moved.
Through there. Fun road when I was a kid.
I used to turn it on, it'd be lots of time.
Seems like I had something else, but it's not. If I think of it, I'll move on.
I don't have it, I'm through.
Here?
I'm glad Westwood's been started. I'm glad Westwood has been started.
Tell us, you got that email, I think I copied you and Jerry, we've got some issues over 17 and 80 with drainage problems, which I'm sure that's all over the county. I would have to move these ditches and this been process that can clean out. But I called up there today, Jerry, when we back tomorrow, I was calling, touch base with him, and see what we can do.
I will make sure I
What was the reason for making it there to begin with? Do you have the history on that?
The reason for doing it on zoning issues was to make sure that all the stipulations were reported and recorded correctly. Because sometimes zoning matters are passed to the stipulations. And the county in the early 2000s was getting 10, 15, sometimes 20, maybe not 20, but 10 to 15 rezoning items at every meeting. And so the reason for that was most ordinances are done by 2 readings. Most local governments that I know of do 2 readings. Maybe not on zoning, but on everything else. And the board decided to handle zonings with 2 readings, same way everything else is handled.
Most places don't do 2 readings on zones, because they have to go to the planning board already first, and then they come to us, so they've already been through 2, and then we do 2.
Is there a reason not to have the second reading moving forward?
I mean, it streamlines the process by 1 meeting, but on the other hand, you have to weigh that against, making sure all your stipulations are recorded correctly.
You can make sure your motions are correct.
You put them on the consent agenda, they'll be them all at one time, it'll take a few minutes to take care of.
But you lose that 2 weeks, if it's a zoning, you
The whole
lose
time I've
that 2
been here, I don't
weeks.
think you've ever pulled anything off the consent agenda and changed it on zoning.
But in the
That's
hardest,
true, but there have been lots of corrections to the text ordinance that are fixed before you see them in the second reading.
So we make lots of errors.
and the ones
You
that
don't
stand
have
out,
You don't have a written ordinance amendment typically at the first reading. You just have a staff recommendation on a list of proposed stipulations from staff and a list of proposed stipulations from the planning board, and then you all decide which ones to adopt or reject, and or add your own.
Right. Understood.
Just like anything, way we can speed things up.
And I don't have a position on it, but yes. That was it.
By speed things up, you're not necessarily talking about speeding up us not having to consider it for a second reading.
Now,
Speed it up for the developer, but it's going to take 2 more weeks to get the final.
the homeowner that's trying to
The
file.
citizen that's trying to get the
I
zoning,
remember
it's not
that
necessarily
one lady
developers.
that one lady, she, we basically told her that first time, okay, you can go do what you're gonna do.
Well, there's other places I've been to do the first and second readings back to back. They just first reading, then immediately do the second reading. If we didn't have an ordinance precluding that, the board could make that decision whether that second reading was handled immediately thereafter or at the following meeting.
Or do the consent agenda.
Fort Wentworth sometimes does 2 readings at 1 meeting, but they have a rule, I don't know if they have a policy or whether it's just been the practice of the city that if there is not a unanimous approval on the first reading, then the second reading has to be delayed to the next meeting. So that's another way to.
In order to a large number of changes or stipulations, the board may decide to hold it over to the next one. The one you were just referring to, Mr. Chair, if the board's basically saying we're fine with this, you may just have the second reading immediately after. Now, I don't know if it has to be on the agenda that way, which would make a situation where everyone would have to be listed as first and second, some table.
Correct.
There's a state law that if you turn down a zone, you can't even bring it back up for 6 months. And what was explained to me was the reason for that was the citizens don't have to keep coming back to want to speak against it. But we do the exact opposite with these readings because people have to come, they have to go to the planning board, then they have to go to a regular meeting, and then they have to come to another one to be sure that we don't change it on.
I think part of that, the concept of that was that everybody may not be available to come to one meeting, so at least they'll get to speak at one or the other, and, especially the planning board.
Well,
But I was referring to for 6 months, so that people don't have to continually try to come to meetings.
And you're not actually required to have a public hearing. At the planning board, you can have one public hearing here. This county has always opted for more public input on zoning, and so they've always had planning board hearing as well as county commission hearing.
Yeah, I think that's the
I
way.
like the plan.
I like that idea,
Yeah.
yeah, where citizens can
Yeah.
talk to the planning board, I think that's a good idea. Because you hear, if there are issues or concerns, you hear them sooner.
I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other.
I think anytime you can put citizens through less unnecessarily, if there's something that we're strongly protecting by doing it, that way, that's one thing.
Like the
Just have another
lady on Oak
catch-all.
Street with the mobile home, I mean, she was kind of, she could have used that.
She's
business.
desperate.
And I think she did, but was it right? I
It
mean,
probably wasn't right what we did, we just told her, but.
We just gave her.
trying to work with her.
One of the reasons we wanted to have written text amendments for each map change was to make sure that the map stays updated correctly and that there's a, right there in a minute, there's a written ordinance. Because before the second reading practice, basically we had nothing to rely on except the motion as it was written in the minutes. And that was even probably before verbatim recorded. But it became difficult sometimes. I know we had at least one case where there was some disagreement over what the developer said he would do as far as soundproofing around an industrial site and what the actual stipulations were. So, that one went to court. And because the motion wasn't particularly clear, the county lost that. So it does.
Well, there's been similar issues at things that went to consent agenda.
That's true.
However, in an effort to speed things up, if that's the board's desire, there probably are several more things we could add to a consent agenda. And if you would like for some suggestions, I know Eric
Yes.
mentioned that.
Yes.
Adding, say, contracts may be a good one too.
We did that at school board, it was very beneficial.
So if you would like for us to begin to start adding more things to your consent agenda, we would certainly add
It's
those.
like these things with Fiona today,
It's common sense things.
we could have put all that on the consent agenda and.
Yeah, I agree. Which makes it more important that any commissioner can pull one off.
Right.
So we will begin to do that, and then we'll see how it goes, and if there's some that y'all won't pull off, we'll fill our way through it, and try to speed things up that way.
That's good.
Maybe that's the best way to start. Let's start doing that.
They'll want to have like a threshold amount for routine contracts, just put them on the consent agenda.
Well, like on that one, you already accepted the bid, so it was just
Yeah,
actually
it was
the
the only
document.
document, yeah, it was just the actual contract now.
But I think, anything that the board's required to sign that's a routine annual contract.
Thompson informed me earlier, we're probably going to have a long executive session.
So we should.
So with that being said, maybe it wasn't all I had asked.
Well, I will entertain a motion then if there's no other committee reports or input by commissioners to make the motion. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session with a short nature break in between.
I make a motion that we go into executive session whereby we will discuss personnel, property,